Thank you so much, Elder Irene, for opening us in such a meaningful and powerful way. What I heard from what Irene shared was that many great things start as an idea, right? Someone might have an idea for something on how they could improve things, and it all boils down to relationships that we have with people. Also, people had different experiences in residential school. And I also learned from Irene about the importance of elders, and I find it so powerful that she's still fluent in her language in Cree, and also just how closely knit Indigenous communities are. I've never met Irene or Vaughn, but up next we do have Vaughn Paul as our next speaker for the opening address from TSAG. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Pretty hard to follow Auntie Irene. Her and some of the ladies she mentioned, my mom included, are forces of nature. And I think that's where a lot of us learn those lessons of, standing up and continuing to be involved in a lot of things that matter to our communities. And so really appreciate her for coming out, making the time, and acknowledging my mom and the late Senator Thelma. Had an opportunity to work with her briefly as well, and just those. We have a lot of great. We have a lot of good male leaders, but we have a lot of great women leaders, and Irene's one of them. So thank you. So my name is Vaughn Paul, as mentioned. I'm from the Alexander First Nation, just 35 minutes northwest of here. I've been with TSAG for, it'll be 25 years come January, and seen a lot of things develop over the course of that time. Many challenges and accomplishments I think our organization has gone through. But I want to thank you all for coming to our area, Treaty 6. When Sibby Abraham from the regional office approached us and asked to help organize this workshop, I'm not going to say we were reluctant, but we certainly didn't jump at the opportunity. We know how much work goes into doing these types of events, so we couldn't have done it without, Carrie DeChamplain. You've all met at the registration desk, Sandra Doyle. They worked with the committee consisting of Jeff and others. You see it in the program there. And they're able to get everybody together here. And so we acknowledge all that hard work that went into it, but we also, wouldn't have an event if people didn't want to attend. And so we thank all you guys for coming, and we thank you for all the work that you do in your communities and in our communities in delivering, the types of services that we so desperately need. In this day and age, you can't do anything without technology. Well, virtually, you can still go hunting and pick berries like Dylan picks berries. But we thank you all for coming and making the effort to try and improve, our levels of service at the community level. So just a little bit of history about, TSAG. We started in 1996 via Chief Summit resolution. All the chiefs in Alberta seen a need for an organization such as this. And TSAG, we're governed by a chief steering committee. There's 9 chiefs, 3 from each treaty area. They appoint a board of directors. Our not-for-profit works in the areas of water and wastewater treatment plant operations. We train operators. We also train fire protection prevention departments. We work on the E-acre side, the asset condition reporting system. So we have a team of inspectors that go to every community, virtually every community, and inspect those assets for their to make sure that first off, that they're still there, but also so that they can get the necessary funding that they require to operate. And so all these years of doing this stuff, we recognize, the level of capacity that's required in order to deliver a lot of these services. One of them being, the operations of our health facilities, our schools. A lot of times things won't function without IT, and it's usually, when something goes wrong. I mean, I'm guilty of it as well. We've got a whole team of IT guys here that from our company that. Yesterday, my printer wasn't working at home, and so it took everything for me not to call Lawrence or Gerard and say, hey, can you guys take over my system remotely and fix my printer? Because there's many things that we don't necessarily do, and we usually cause more problems than we fix when we attempt to do some of this stuff ourselves. And so, over the years, TSAG, I'll take a step back. In 2007, Alberta SuperNet had connected every First Nation school in Alberta. I can't remember the date that happened, but in 2007, we were approached by our regional office, FNIB. They wanted to connect all the health centers to go that first mile. And they approached us to project manage it. We were able to contract with a firm, and we were able to get the construction of that project completed ahead of schedule and under budget. I remember the day that we lit the network up. We were in a First Nations health center, and some of the staff were huddled around their computer at the reception desk, and they were watching Obama's inauguration, so back in 2008. And so we've been running that network successfully for the last 16 years. And we're pretty proud, I think, of the fact that it's been run quite well. We haven't had any significant hiccups aside from contractors sometimes ripping up cables. But by and large, I think we've run a really good network. And so, we got guys like Gerard back there that have been doing that for many years for us. And so we want to acknowledge Gerard for all his work. That he's a bit. I guess all network guys are a little bit crazy, but but Gerard's are kind of crazy. So we appreciate that, Gerard. And so, we wouldn't be able to, and I'll only get this opportunity once to probably acknowledge all the people that supported that back in the day. Obviously, our Chiefs Committee and our Board of Directors and our staff. But, the late Herman Warenga and Ruth Jungarius from our region, probably a lot of you guys don't know those names, but they worked with my mother as well quite a bit. My mom was in the health field all her career. She was a community health nurse, community health representative. She's, been involved in the health field, like I said, all her career. She's going to be 80 in December, so that speaks to how old I am and how long we've been involved in a lot of this work. So I think one of the things that we really want to articulate is that in 2008, when we lit up that network, we had support teams. There was a company called Strategic Information Systems out there, and they had a contract with the federal government to be able to deliver all the supports out there, because there wasn't a lot of our technical guys at the community level. So we've seen an opportunity to partner and expand the level of service that a company could make. So our chiefs, our board, our organization, went to the bank, borrowed some money, and bought 51% of SIS. So which now is Aero Technology Group. In the Aero Technology Group, over the last few years, we've probably put access to over $100 million worth of fiber project money. We plowed fiber into virtually every community and homes. We work in 73 communities, 47 First Nations and Métis settlements, and 24 rural municipalities in the province of Alberta. And so a lot of our guys, they're all at that table there. I don't know why in the heck they got 3 days to come and sit here, but that's it's making us money. No, just kidding. I think they traverse the province and they support communities. They have relationships with a lot of the operators and the operations in the community, and they do a hell of a job. And so they're just in the back here, and we thank them for everything that they do as well. I think sometimes it's a very thankless job. They work many, many hours and put many, many miles on their vehicles and on their bodies, and it takes a toll probably on their family life. And so we respect the heck out of them. So thank you, guys. Over the last 6 or 7 years, well, no, since the network was created, I think back in 2012, 2013, some of the issues that we see not only in the technology area, but also in water and wastewater and in operations, like the money has been relatively stagnant over the last number of years. One of the things I want to make mention of is that our organization and our team, that manages this, Sandra is our director of IT and everything else related to it. She runs our office. She's chief bottle washer, everything, keeps everybody in line. And so over those years, we've been doing the same program. We've been managing the network for the same amount of money. So that 16 years, we get the same amount that we got 16 years ago. Significant, don't get me wrong. But in those 16 years, if we looked at the cost of goods and services and how much they've gone up over the years, it's still quite remarkable that we're able to do that. A lot of our guys are, we pinch pennies and try to make things go a little bit further. We get creative in some of the things that we do. I think Gerard holds our network operations together with bubble gum and hopes and dreams some days, but no, I'm kidding. He does a hell of a job. And it is well looked after. But I think part of what we need to do is start to support the evolution of operators at the community level. And I think we've heard that, and we want to see that evolve over time. Recognizing there's some communities that already can do it. They already run very robust IT programs. And we don't want to stymie that or get in the way of it. The challenge that we have, I think, from a regional perspective is how do you resource that? In all the other areas and sectors that we are involved in, we have the same challenge, we have the same issues, we have the same concerns. How do we make things go further with the limited resources that are available? So we're very keen on looking at what an e-health strategy will look like in Alberta. And so hopefully, with the assistance of folks like yourselves from Alberta and across the region, people's expertise, we're probably relying on a little bit of that, is how do we do that? How do we ensure there's an IT support in every single community? Then that frees up our guys to do some other things and better things and bigger things as well. But it's going to be a pretty costly endeavor. And so when we start to look at, we did the math. We actually hired an evaluator to come out and look at the program we deliver, what it will cost in order to do this if every single First Nation in Alberta had the funding in order to do a lot of the things that they want to do with respect to operations. And annually, they needed to find between $4 and $6 million. And so the pressures that the department has on trying to accommodate that, not only in this sector, but in every other sector, is pretty daunting. And so we want to participate, we want to support, but we need to sometimes figure out mechanisms and solutions that are going to allow us all to flourish. We have in Alexander, we have a young man. Well, he's not young anymore. He was young when he started, but he's able to cobble all of this stuff together with the best of his abilities. He's not a computer scientist. He's taken some courses, and I love him, but he's not quite there. It's going to take time for us to get there, to have the kind of communities of the 24th century eventually looking after and maintaining a lot of this equipment and provide the services that communities need. And so there's an RFP went out from the region. They're looking at doing a feasibility study and needs assessment. What could Alberta look like in the next generation with respect to e-health delivery? Not only e-health, but opportunities around the expansion of health. Recognizing that you're in Alberta, we believe in those chemtrails. Our health program, we see in the news how poorly and underfunded our health program is. And one of the solutions, a couple of the solutions we have over the years created, we have a telehealth program. And we've had that for years. And it's ran relatively successful. Lots of uptake, lots of usage. It worked really well until a new technology came because of COVID, which is Zoom or Microsoft Teams. And so some of that stuff goes by the wayside. Technology changes all the time. We had wireless into the homes. Well, that didn't work very well in some instances. And fiber was a solution. Now we got Starlink. So keeping up to the technology is going to be a big challenge for a lot of communities. And so how do we stay in front of that? But that telehealth network and the evolution of virtual care, because of the situation of COVID, we had we created with partners, AHS, FNIB to some degree, virtual care clinic. Started off slow. We would see maybe 50, 60, 70 patients in a month. We had 25 or 30 doctors that regularly participate. And the last 6 months, we've seen over 1,000 unique patients per month. So it's grown exponentially because of the void that's there with respect to family doctors and other services. Mental health's big issue. So we've been able to expand that through some grants to the province and FNIB. But that need is not going to go away. So the technology side, there's going to be a requirement to provide the types and levels of sophisticated networks that are going to make sure that there's no breaches. We've seen that over the last number of years as well. A number of communities have been hacked. Ours, thank God, for Gerard and others, we haven't. And I'm sure people have tried. I mean, I think I send out an email a week asking our staff for gift cards, or can you get cash, or can you do this? And it's never ending. There's guys that are out there that are trying to corrupt networks and hijack systems and hold community information at ransom. And so all of these things that we need to concern ourselves with, part of what this needs assessment, I hope, will uncover is what the current level of capacity is at the community level. And then over time, we can start to build a plan to support communities like mine and our administrator, our IT administrator, so that in 3 years, in 5 years, every single First Nation community will have the kind of support and services, homegrown, working in their backyards, to be able to deliver on the kind of services that they require in order to keep their networks operational. So I think I've taken up enough of your time. I'm going to be here in and out. There's also a chiefs meeting going on at in Edmonton, and I'm supposed to be speaking at 9:45, so I'm praying and hoping that they aren't on time, as we usually aren't, and I can come back and hopefully meet some of you fine folks. So I know there's lots of, as I did the smudging, I seen a lot of companies, a lot of First Nations and First Nation organizations, and I think as our elder talked about, we want to meet everybody and learn from their experiences and hopefully, share some of the things that we've done already as well. So thank you all. We really appreciate you coming to Alberta. I was telling one of the ladies from the government, I said, so in River Cree, spend lots of money in the casino because Enoch isn't the only beneficiary of your largesse. It's all the First Nations. There's a First Nation Development Fund, and I think, Alexander, we get a significant amount of money because of the sharing of the program. So, best of luck, and we hope that you have an enjoyable time here. And if you don't, then you take it up with Keegan. He's that big guy over there. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Vaughn, for that warm welcome to Treaty 6. I actually didn't have a bio for Vaughn, Paul, so I looked on his LinkedIn. I found out that he is the CEO of the First Nations Technical Services Advisory Group of Alberta. Since Y2K, since 2000. He's also the president of Aero Technology Group for the last 12 and a half years. He has his Bachelor of Liberal Arts from Athabasca University. He went to the Beatty School of Business at SFU, where he got his MBA in Indigenous Leadership and Business. He's also studying at UBC for his Director of Philosophy and his PhD in Engineering. There are a number of wonderful people that we've met over the years from the First Nations Technical Services Advisory Group that are here with us today, and it's wonderful to see you again. So this is the 4th year of the National Indigenous IT Alliance, and the first year it was in Winnipeg, then it was in Vancouver, Saskatoon, and Edmonton. So I just like to see a show of hands of who's been at all 4 conferences. And who's been to 3? And who's been to 2? And whose first conference is this? Excellent. Hello, welcome everyone. It's very nice to meet all of you. This is my 3rd year emceeing NIITA, and we're just a little bit behind schedule, so I'll try to get us caught up. Up next, we have ACSI, and we have Catherine Callisted from the Alternative Converged Solutions, Inc., ACSI. So Catherine has over 20 years' experience providing clients with long-term sustainable technology solutions. With a background in financial solutioning for technology roadmaps, she is now focused on security and governance for clients. So her presentation is Governance and Risk. Is Copilot, AI, and ChatGPT making your executive team nervous? Do you know where your data lives and who has access to it? Let us arm you with the tools required to be confident in the journey. Thank you so much, Catherine.
Thank you. am I on? I don't know, is this mic working or do I turn this one off? Okay, I'm on. Oh, I'm on twice. So I shouldn't use this one? First of all, thank you all for attending, and I'm grateful to be your first presenter for this conference. I don't know how I top that lovely first beginning and introduction. I do also have a nickname. It's Chatty Cathy. So I know we're all waiting to go for a break, so Also not sure how long my slides are going to take. A lot of this information is very technical in nature, so I'll skip through the slides. I like to consider myself a door opener and an access to smart people and good information. So I am a subject matter expert on nothing, but I will find you the right people to find you the information that you're looking for. So I am grateful to be supporting ACSI. We do work with Gerald and some of his team at supporting their networks. The company was founded over 20 years ago, and it was first and foremost to secure networks and firewalls, but we all know the world has pivoted now into security. So with that, I've made some notes. Most of all, I'm basically saying I'm letting go of my ego and I'm going to suck today, but hopefully you'll bear with me. I've also left the clicker. See? It's like, here, I'll be a comedy show. My girlfriend said, just be funny. So here I am, without even intentionally trying to be funny. Oh, look, I'm just clicking through without me even following along. So, also have to look at my own notes because I can't read because I'm an old lady. So, a little bit about my background. I was going to do my land acknowledgement to where I've lived. I've been fortunate to move around quite a bit in my life. Spent some time in northern Saskatchewan in La Ronge. Spent 13 years in Yellowknife. Before Nunavut was a territory. I worked for the RCMP as a dispatcher, but prior to that, I actually worked on the residential school files for a number of years. So I feel like my knowledge base is weak as a Caucasian Canadian, but I have been grateful to understand a number of different environments and cultures and background. So after the RCMP segue, I pivoted into equipment finance, which allowed me to have high-level conversations with organizations, predominantly in the public sector, so completely underfunded, and with a team that has to support resources that are expansive of their ability and knowledge. So a number of K-12 environments, I'd say, how much money do you have to spend? Great, what do you have to do with it? Okay, you have 1/10 of the budget that's actually going to have the capacity to deliver the services. So conversations have been, what's most important and what do we need to focus on first, because we can't be all things to all people. I also would meet with the IT leadership team and say, how often do you collaborate with finance? Once a year. What do you ask for? 10% more than last year. What do you get? The same amount, if we're lucky. So pivoting to the opening conversation with the organization that's nodding your head, 16 years, same budget. So how do we do more for less? Which was, I don't have any answers to any of those questions, but typically what I like to do is say, okay, here's our pile of funds, here's the resources we have to deliver, what are we going to do first, and head on that merry way. So the company I'm working for now, ACSI, I'm very grateful. I have a team of really smart people. So from a technical service delivery, we support education, post-secondary, Indigenous groups. We are recently on a shared service agreement with the government of Alberta for all 5 categories of Fortinet solutioning. I had a conversation yesterday with the representative there and said, is this something that Aboriginal and Indigenous groups can take advantage of? I'm working to put that answer together. What it does is you don't have to go to tender and you get additional deep discounting. So I'm working on getting some answers for that as well. The services that we have, again, I've already touched on. So network implementation, cybersecurity. We partner with a team that has 220 individuals around the globe. They do get called in for incident response on some of the biggest breaches. I would say for this group here, one thing I can say that they have is a zero-cost incident response retainer. So if you want any of your playbooks ready for when you, I'm going to say when you get breached, their team can do protocol to work with you and the insurance providers to mitigate some of that details. touched on that already. I'm going to save these slides for you guys as a takeaway for after. I wanted to introduce you all via my slide to Adrienne Morrison. She works with a company called Data Sentinel. She is, I didn't bring you guys up to speed with me. There she is. She's an expert in data policy, rules, building out a plan for governance, has years and years of records management experience. She said the first green link is access to a lot of the information, templates, and governance details that some of these folks in the room may have access to, have already maybe looked at. Maybe you're halfway down that journey and want some help to set up the rest of your policies. The second one there is a BC resource, also relative for most of the First Nation groups, if you wanted to have access to that. I can put any of you in touch with Adrienne. She's currently working on an initiative with Arctic College in Nunavut. They've mandated her to set up all of the governance and risk for the school. So lots of knowledge, lots of resources, and happy to make that introduction for you all as well. And now I have a video on here. I'm going to double click it, or you're going to play it. There is a swear word in here. Does it have sound? Okay. Sound is coming. I like this pause. I can take a deep breath and say technology is only good when it works.
Hey Mom, hey Dad. It's me, Ella. Well, a digital version of me. Just a bit older. Amazing what technology can do these days, isn't it? All you need are a couple of pictures, like the ones you share on social media, where they can be taken and used by everybody. I know for you these pictures are just memories, but for others, they are data. And for me, maybe the beginning of a horrible future. A future where my identity can be stolen just like that. Where I can go to prison for things that I would never do. Imagine my credit score being destroyed, Dad. Or my voice copied to scam you, Mom.
Mom, I'm in trouble.
I need you to send me money, please. I don't want to become a meme, humiliated by everyone at school.
Kill yourself, you fucking loser.
And I certainly don't want this. What you share online is like a digital footprint that will follow me around for the rest of my life. I'm telling you this because I know you love me and would never do anything to harm me. So please, Mom, please, Dad, protect my virtual privacy.
So that's incredibly powerful. And for the group here, I know that we're talking about the information that resides within your organizations, but it is that simple. And with AI, ChatGPT, Copilot, folks are sharing IP, they're sharing coding, they're sharing without even really being aware of what content is being generated. and shared. So it segues me into the piece that's just on data governance. The security topic, I know there's a number of sessions that are going to be touching on what Microsoft's powerful tools can do and how to integrate Copilot safely. My presentation, I wanted to focus around the data piece. First of all, is anyone in here, I'm assuming you're mostly in IT, is anyone also responsible for the data governance and records keeping? 2, 3? Okay, so some of this content you'll know. For the IT folks in the room, there's 2 solutions that I'm going to speak to. One of them is Varonis, which is a software-based solution. The other one is Data Sentinel, which is a Canadian company. Data Sentinel does more of a needs assessment and consulting approach. Varonis is more of an automated enterprise-type solution. What I would suggest, though, is they will do a risk assessment for free for your organization. So if you want them to do a pool of where are your records, where is your data, how many credit cards are in your network, or organizationally, if you do any activities that would require identity. We do a lot of school scans. It's amazing how many passports of kids are sitting in shared drives that are accessible to the whole organization. So stuff like that, you need a starting point. So if you haven't done an assessment, I would highly recommend it. So the reasons why, I've got a slide here that I'm not going to read line by line. What I would say is establishing the controls and procedures is really where you need to start for your outcomes to be there. The approach is, like anything, it needs executive buy-in first and foremost. So I would say that organizationally, as long as you identify that this is something that you need to be focused on, you need an outcome, and then the approach. This is the framework that Data Sentinel suggests that we utilize. All of that again, and I'm not going to read line by line. You guys can look at the pictures, and I'll share the slide deck with you for information purposes. This is what's more important. It's that executive leadership buy-in, and then defining who's going to do the decision-making and then who's going to integrate the work. So typically this is the format that Data Sentinel likes to take in the approach. These are the guiding principles and foundation. The records managers in the room will appreciate this. There's a lot of background that went to our physical record keeping. The same thing applies to digital copies. I have a quick story. I was in records management for 32 seconds. This company hired me and they said, we're a moving company, we have space, we want to do physical storage. I said, okay, who owns this market and what organizations look after these kind of things? So I started making calls, and Iron Mountain has a monopoly. You've all seen the white box with the blue mountain. I'd call in and say, who looks after the white box with the blue mountain? Oh, that's Betty. Let me put you through to her. Hi, Betty. Are you happy with your level of service? No. Are you happy with your costs? No. They're a monopoly. And so customer service is not necessarily, no offense if anyone works for Iron Mountain or has in the past, but I would say, I'm working for a new company in Western Canada. We do all of the same things. We cost less, and I answer the phone when you call. So the whole idea was we were starting grassroots to all the companies that they had purchased in the consortia. But during that time, I would get Betty in records, and I would say, well, where are your physical records? And admin assistants would say, well, I back up everything every night on a stick, and I take it home with me. I'm like, okay, that wasn't what I was asking, but thanks for that information. Another organization, larger sized oil and gas company. Oh, well, they're on the owner's land at Range Road, gave me the address. I'm like, not asking that question where your company's physical documents are stored, but thank you for sharing. Which would lead me to the one common denominator and that is human error and human risk. So 90% of all data breaches are human caused. So organizationally, you guys in the room purchase the software, you run the tools, you tell the people, use the tools, you educate them, but the bottom line is it's a daily touch point and reminder of what am I sending, what am I sharing, what am I telling someone, and can that have adverse cause and effect to the organization and like the video we just watched, to ourselves. So there is a roadmap and a plan. There is a lot of activities already noted. This may look overwhelming and daunting, but what I'm basically trying to share is that a lot of this foundational work has been done. So if you guys as an organization want to take advantage of that, we're here to help you. So the remediation process, both companies, like I said, do the scan and classify the process and the risk and the need and the urgency to identifying what the data is that is at risk and where it's sitting. So this is just an example of how they would acquire you've got thousands of passports, bank account information, restricted user access. They did one assessment and the CEO's SharePoint drive was open to the whole organization. So those are the kind of things that we want to help lock down and shut down so that your risk is mitigated. So there is a process. Trust me, all the dots do connect. And typically you guys that can follow the flow charts in IT go, if you're missing step 2, go back to step 1, then go back to step 2, then go back to step 1. Again, the remediation process is pretty regulated and foundational. This coding from a leadership perspective is organizationally for you to identify what your risk levels are. So if you're in healthcare, if you're in financial services, your risk levels are going to be set a lot higher. If you're dealing with sensitive information. Again, in the essence of us getting to a coffee break, I'm going to skip through a lot of these. The privacy and legal is all worked through as well. There does have to be a data steward. So records managers speak different language than IT does, and they speak a different language than HR does. So all of this type of work is essential on collaboration. There is software tools that can assist with the different languages and the silos of the organization, but it has to be a team effort. Now I'm going to move into some black and white glossy slides. This is Veronis's background information. There's a whole session on integrating Copilot and AI. I believe a couple of the sessions are touching on that through the conference, so I won't go through it. But security and privacy are imminent at delivering any of the integrations. How many of you guys have rolled out Copilot or made any rulings with using ChatGPT in your organizations? Okay, so preliminary in the work is what I'm gathering in the room. So for those of you who don't know, we can help you go through the list of what is it, how does it work, where are the risks, what are you trying to solve for, and then how do you deploy it. We all know that Microsoft is the most powerful productivity tool on the planet. I would attest that I am not using 1/10 of its capabilities in order to help me work. But the content creation, user permissions, and data access are things that organizationally you have to look at. I would say good intentions are always there, but the exploiter of your immature data and the access to your company's information is what needs to be looked at and addressed. So there's some examples here of the software of how it'll go through a Teams meeting, file sharing, how do you upload yesterday's notes, which typically could have information for the organization into a file folder, into a shared directory, and where is that knowledge sitting after everybody's collaborated with it. So yeah, this is, I don't know, are most of you in a Teams environment organizationally? So yeah, I think there's a lot of Microsoft themes, and this will be brought up a number of times this week. So again, the approach to AI security. All I'll say is that it is there, but Microsoft, again, is not a security company. They're creating the tools for us to use and gather. But the permissions and how you have it set up and configured is what needs to be looked at. This is more information that I won't go into granular detail on. I'll just say that half of the permissions you guys probably have set up in your organization are high risk. And the bottom point, 99% of user permissions aren't used. So I would make sure you guys lock that down from an organizational standpoint. And there's ways to mitigate and look after it. So again, these are things that you should do. Whether or not you're integrating them into your environment is another story. So again, none of this is new information for the IT folks in the room. I was going to say one at my table who's using a flip phone who doesn't have any social media content. I was like, shout out to you. I love it. Again, I'm not, in the essence of time, I'm not going to scan through all of the detailing that I created here from a content perspective. But again, there's rules, labels, ways to look at what your exposure risks are, ways to block, and then, yeah, I was like, you guys in IT will appreciate that last slide, which was just like error, user, risk. So access controls, again, they've got ways to mitigate and deploy it. I would just recommend going through the process of having this done for you guys and what they solve for. So some of the right-hand column, organizationally, you guys may have 2 or 3 of those tools. This can enhance everything that you guys have organizationally, but it is all part of an assessment saying this is what we have paid for, this is the software that we're using, and how do we manage, based on budget, what we've been able to afford, deploy, and who in the organization's using it. And that's it. I jumped through all the technical slide information. I will share the deck with you guys. Again, grateful for the opportunity to share the information, and if you want an introduction to any of my smart people, I would be grateful to make that happen. I was going to ask, is there questions? I put that on the slide, but I didn't ask. Does anyone have any questions?
Thank you. Thank you very much to our presenter, Catherine, from ACSI. So what we learned is that 90% of data leaks involve employees. Many of us already knew that. Like, please don't click those links. They also talked about Data Sentinel, Draconis. So ACSI was founded in 2002. They also talked about Nunavut and Adrian Morrison, who's helping at Arctic College. I always think back to a couple years ago when I was working arm's length from Yukon government, and there was a huge cybersecurity risk that happened in Nunavut where they basically had to rebuild everything from scratch right before Microsoft 365 was implemented. So I'm glad that your organization is helping in Nunavut, specifically with Arctic College. So the questions are, where is your data living? And we have to look at a data governance framework. So some topics and things to consider are that data is a company asset, data is identified and classified properly, data is a shared resource, individuals are responsible for data assets, data uses are identified and responsible for access and change they make to information. That data should be protected. And that this one I struggle with, that it says data is kept only as long as it's needed, because I'm a big fan of all of my backups and having that data forever. Also, it's really important for us all to have a roadmap and a plan for our data governance, and to be looking at confidential information like SIN numbers, passwords. You know, a lot of times organizations will just have all of their passwords on an Excel document, which isn't very secure. Also looking at credit cards. So thank you very much. And we're going to have a short 15-minute break. And then after that, we have a presentation from Health Canada. So thank you very much, everyone, for the presentations this morning. And I look forward to seeing you in 15 minutes, which will bring us to 10:45. Thank you. So our next presentation is going to be a virtual presentation from Health Canada. Our presenter is Elizabeth Toller. Elizabeth Toller is a seasoned policy and public sector leader within the Government of Canada with a passion for health issues. As the Director General of Healthcare Strategies at Health Canada, she facilitates pan-Canadian collaboration on shared health priorities, including the government's working together to improve healthcare for Canadians plan. Previously, as Executive Director of Digital Health and Primary Care within the Healthcare Strategies Directorate, Elizabeth and her team worked with provinces and territories to improve access to family health services and modernize the health system with health data and digital tools. Her team was key in advancing collaboration on connected care through better health data interoperability. Elizabeth has also led initiatives at Health Canada's Health, Product and Food branch, driving regulatory changes for food and drugs to support innovation and safety. She has held policy roles in various federal departments, including Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship Canada, and the Privy Council Office. Outside of work, she is a mother of two and enjoys exercise and gardening. Her presentation is Towards a Vision for Modern Connected Care. Thank you very much, Elizabeth, for being with us today. Hi, Elizabeth. You're on mute right now. I still can't hear you. I'm just going to give it one more minute, and my suggestion is going to be to just switch our speakers before lunch, to just give the technology and Elizabeth a minute. So just give me 1 second. As someone who's worked in technology since 2000, I always find it really entertaining when tech support needs tech support. I'm like, quick, someone call tech support. Oh, they're all in this room. So if we don't mind, I wonder if Joanne Smith is in attendance. Joanne? Okay, perfect. So we'll come back to Health Canada right after we have our next presenter. So we're going to move to the Canadian Centre for Cybersecurity with Joanne Smith. So the Canadian Centre for Cybersecurity is responsible for providing support to critical infrastructure sectors in Canada, those essential services, facilities, systems and assets that are vital to the safe and secure well-being of Canadians. The next presentation will cover basic cybersecurity topics and provide practical steps to protect your people, systems, and social media presence from cyber interference. Joanne Smith is the lead cyber engagement analyst for the Indigenous Partnerships team at the Canadian Centre for Cybersecurity, CCCS. Joanne's group is responsible for providing cyber awareness, building and strengthening partnerships across the Government of Canada to remove barriers, and implement cybersecurity priorities identified by Indigenous communities. Joanne is a 60s scoop survivor from the Shadaguanana First Nation on Manitoulin Island. Joanne has previously held positions in the federal government, providing engagement support on various environmental assessment review panels, and she joined the Cyber Center in 2023 from the private sector, where she was responsible for developing and delivering cybersecurity training to healthcare professionals. Thank you very much, Joanne.
All right. Just grab some. So, all right. So, okay. Yeah. So, thank you everybody for. It's quite an honor for me to be here presenting to you. I am from the Shadaguanana First Nations up in Manitoulin Island, so it's quite an honor to come and present to you today. My experience in cybersecurity. It's about 16 years in the federal government doing cybersecurity. I did a lot of work on environmental assessment, so the major environmental assessments that would require federal review panels, I was part of that. I went to all the hearings, so a lot of my job was doing data governance, doing consultation in the Indigenous communities, meeting with Indigenous communities, listening to their stories, and I ran the registries for all the environmental assessment panels. So I was basically your first point of contact with the government when we went out to your communities. And so my career has kind of just traveled throughout the government, doing anything that kind of interested me, things I could learn new skills at. I just kind of was on my own learning journey, my own learning path, and I kind of just took jobs that interested me. Previous to joining the Cyber Center, I was working at a healthcare community that we basically provided cybersecurity training, awareness, education for healthcare within Canada. So we went to a lot of hospitals, a lot of community clinics, that type of thing. Then the pandemic hit, so that kind of put a stopper of me visiting. And unfortunately, my organization kind of closed down because of the pandemic. So that led me to an opportunity with the Cyber Center, and I was very excited to join the partnerships team. So like I said, I work in the cyber partnerships group, and our role is we are there to support critical infrastructure in the government. So the Canadian Centre for Cybersecurity was formed in 2018. It is Canada's centre of expertise for cybersecurity. So we're there to support, provide guidance. We're a partner with the Government of Canada to ensure that all of Canada's critical infrastructure systems, so all those essential services, facilities, assets that Canadians rely on every day, we're there to ensure that their support is, that they're basically safe from cyber incidents. We're there to be the public-facing organization, so that if any of you are hit with a cyber incident, you want to turn to us. We're trying to be the outward-facing, friendly call that you can come and work with. We aren't a regulator, so any advice we give, it's completely free. There's no charge to it. But we also can't force you to take our guidance or advice. We won't audit you to make sure that you're following our guidance. We're just there to provide you with the best knowledge that we know, because we have the expertise to gather that knowledge. We have, because of where we're positioned, we're the point that we have a lot of threat intelligence, so we usually know the threat surface, what's going on. So we're there to help you with that, if that's what you're seeking. And I'll get into our services a little bit later in the presentation. But essentially, yeah, we're not going to regulate you. We're not law enforcement, so we can't do the actual job of taking down websites and helping and you catch cyber criminals, but we do work with other government departments, and we'll point you in the right direction. We're also not the media, so anything you share with us remains confidential. Likewise, if we take you on as a partner, we don't share any of your information, so you'll never know who's working with us, so you don't never have to worry about that, because obviously it's already traumatic if you've gone through a cyber incident, cyber event. We're not going to broadcast that out to everybody. So that being said, I'll just kind of go through the presentation here. So there we go. Okay, so the Cyber Center vision and mission. So the Cyber Center is basically, we're there to protect, inform, and empower. So we protect because it's our job to protect the cyber assets and keep Canada safe and secure. We want to inform every organization. So while we work with government departments, we're working with organizations as well. So for us, we don't work with individuals, we work with organizations that are representative of all the critical infrastructures in Canada. So critical infrastructure, those are like transport, health, academia, water. Indigenous organizations touch every single sector, and therefore Indigenous organizations are a prioritized partner as well. So if there's any questions, you can always give us a call, and we can obviously put you in touch with the right person if we can't help. But like I said, we're the partnerships group, so my role is to kind of help guide you, help you in your cybersecurity priorities. And then the last is just empower. We empower. We want to put all the knowledge we have into your hands so that you can help grow. We know that cybersecurity is not a one standard size approach. Not everybody is at the same level of cyber readiness. So we're there to give you, work with you. You identify your cyber priorities. We're there to help guide you and get you on the right path. But it's not a one-stop where everybody has to be at the same level in 5 years. We're well aware of that. So, yeah. So next slide. Okay, so we all know that Canada's a digital landscape. We all have phones, we all have smart devices, we're all on social media. So this is really essential. Cybersecurity and cyber resilience is incredibly important in the digital technologies. The more digital technologies that are developed every day, great, gives us a lot of opportunities, but it also comes with its own set of threats as well. And I know there's a lot of presentations later on about AI and stuff. That is one of the major issues that we are looking at right now, because with generative AI, obviously you're learning. So the information you put in to learn, guess who's also taking that information and learning how to do the bad deeds as well. So there's kind of, we want to make sure that we're always on top and we balance the good and the bad. So that being said, what are cyber threats and the cyber threat environment? This presentation really is to give you a one-on-one. I'm sure that with many of you being IT professionals, you probably already know cybersecurity, but I will just go through quickly. So the cyber threat is any action that seeks to compromise an information system, right? And with cyber threats, a cyber threat is not always going to be the little hacker in a dark room that's just maliciously clicking and sending malware everywhere. There are sometimes cyber threats that are unintentional, where employees just accidentally click a link in an email and that spreads malware throughout the organization. So you can't really corner and box cyber threat actors as being malicious and bad. Sometimes they're just, it's human error, right? So cyber threat environment, the cyber threat environment in a nutshell, that's just the online space that cyber threat actors are working in. So they're working in it to compromise the devices. So this is just a little diagram of what a cyber threat actor is. So cyber threat actors, like I said, come in many shapes and sizes. They have many motivations. So some of them are sophisticated, some of them are just quite simple. So like I said, you can't really kind of just pigeonhole them, but that's our job as a cyber center, is we help with the best knowledge and insight that we have to help get you set up so you can properly defend yourself, but also help you mitigate any risks if you do become a victim of a cyber event, and also help you recover. Because the worst thing you're going to want to know is you want to make sure that you have the plan in place first, right? Because you don't want to be losing valuable time if you are the victim of a cyber attack to be trying to figure out who do you call, what do you do, you're going to lose all that time, you're going to lose all the resources. So our job is to empower you, get you the right tools, resources that you need to set you up so you can recover a lot faster from it. And the most important thing to remember is that a cyber event is not if it's going to happen, it's when it's going to happen. So those are important things to know. You don't want to be caught by surprise, right? So, okay, so cyber threat targets. Like I said, cyber threat targets, anything that a cyber threat actor can use to gain access to unauthorized access to information, they're going to use. So there's many different ways they're going to go after. If they're interested in cyber crime, they're going to go after your personal information, your financial information, right? So there's different ways. It's not always, oh, I'm going to infiltrate a mobile device. They've got their own agenda. They know what they want to do. So just be cognizant of it, that there's different areas: financial, it's information, opinions, election times coming up. You're going to see a lot of activity ramp up with all the misinformation, disinformation campaigns out there. That's a cyber threat, right? So, like I said, no one's immune to cyber threats. So with small and medium-sized organizations, which I'm assuming a lot of you guys are part of, sometimes you guys kind of think that, oh, well, I don't want to say you guys as in like everybody, but it's just a general belief that these organizations they're not going to be impacted because they're too small. The cyber threat actor is not going to care. Unfortunately, that is not the case. If you have information, you are a target regardless of your size. Next. Okay, so the difference just between cyber security and cyber resilience, essentially cyber security is getting you set up. It's the services that we can use to get you secure, and then the cyber resiliency is how you're utilizing those tools. I'm not really going to talk a lot about the cyber threat surface. Needless to say, if your device is connected to the internet, that is a potential endpoint, a potential way in for cyber threat actors to get in. So any single endpoint, they're looking for what is the easiest way to get unauthorized access to information? Is it sending out a phishing email where somebody can click on a link and then boom, they can get in? Is it sending email messages pretending to be a supervisor, asking for confidential information? An unwilling employee sends that information to the threat actor. Well, boom, they're in, right? So it's basically looking at all the different endpoints, a different risk. It's essentially a risk mitigation exercise that you want to look at, because the more information that you have, the more information you put out there in the online world, that means that your threat surface has become larger, and sometimes it's harder to secure. So these are just a couple of questions. At the Cyber Center, we will help you. We have lots of guidance, lots of tools. We can also help introduce you to individuals who can help sit down with you, meet with you, discuss your cybersecurity priorities, and see. And basically, we have this thing called, it's available right now, it's called the National Cyber Threat Analysis Tool. Anyways, what it does is basically, it's a survey you do to figure out what your cybersecurity posture. But in a nutshell, if you look at those questions and you figure, if you answer yes to them, that's a warning sign, right? So you kind of want to know, evaluate what your posture is in the cyber world. Do you feel confident enough that if you had a cyber attack yesterday, if somebody came in and clicked a malicious link and spread malware through your organization, are you confident enough that you would be able to recover quickly and no other impacts would happen? Okay, so one of the big things, we've all traveled today to this conference, so mobile device security is huge, right? You don't want to be leaving. I've seen way too many times when I've gone to Starbucks, I've eaten at restaurants, and people just leave their cell phones or laptops everywhere and they go off and get a coffee. That's a big no-no. Don't ever do that, because a cyber threat actor is not going to care if you have like the fanciest like a little laptop sleeve or you lock your computer in your car. They're going to find a way in, right? So mobile device security, I'm sure you've heard it over many, many times. People say patch, patch, patch. follow that advice, is all I can say. You want to, with mobile devices, you want to make sure your mobile device is secure. So that means any time there's a vulnerability that has been identified, you're going to want to install that patch as soon as possible, right? So because that's a potential vulnerability that a cyber criminal will come in and exploit. So you also want to make sure that, so you have the latest software, you have the latest antivirus and security scans. You want to have passwords. All too common, people repeat passwords, and in Canada, that is one of the worst trends that a lot of people do. And I used to be a victim of that too. I used to be too lazy and just like recopy, or I'd write all my passwords down. That's a huge no-no. Don't do that. Make sure that every single account, every single device that you have has a password, and it's complex enough, and it's something that you can remember. So ensure that it's something that is meaningful to you, but that it's not going to be easily guessed by other people. Consider even using like passphrases that just come to like the top of your head that nobody would know, and just remember that. Password managers is something also that we can't give advice on which password manager to use, but we do strongly recommend that you use password managers. So basically just be aware of your surroundings, be aware of the information, know where your information is, because you're at fault. If your laptop gets stolen, nobody's going to blame the robber for taking your laptop and then selling all your personal information. It's all going to go on you because you were in charge of that, regardless of, it all follows with the information management protocols that you are the custodian of the information that you hold, right? So whether you create it or not, if it's in your hands, you're now that custodian, so you have to protect it. All right, so basically, can't say this more, but keep your bits to yourself. The more information you have out there, the more that somebody can take that information and can manipulate it and use it. So like that earlier scarier video that Catherine showed, it can basically be used to generate fake videos. It can be used for cybercrime. It can be used for identity fraud. So you really want to make sure, especially when it comes to social media, be aware of what you're posting, right? Because it'll come back to bite you if you're not aware of what you're putting out there. Staying safe, teleworking. We're all in remote environments right now. We're all using Microsoft Teams, Zoom meetings. So when you're teleworking, that's another cybersecurity concern. Make sure that when you're setting up these meetings, make sure that you know who's attending your meeting. So make sure that when you're doing meetings, you password protect your meeting. The people coming into your meeting should be on invitation only. So there's a waiting, usually on these systems, there's an availability for a waiting room. Enable that so that you know that everybody coming into your meeting is in a waiting room, and then you're admitting, so you know who's coming into the meeting room. You make people identify themselves with their names. Don't use any acronyms or any nicknames. Use the actual name so that it's easy to identify who's in your meeting. And don't ever share any confidential or sensitive information in meetings. Just a note on where the cybersecurity is also looking at these disruptive technologies. So just briefly going to touch on AI. Cybersecurity is a huge issue in AI. AI and machine learning modules, when you're looking at cybersecurity, we're looking more at what are the tools? How are you using the tools? What information are you putting into the tools? How can you protect that information and those tools from cyber compromise? Quantum computing, that's another thing we're looking at. I'm not really a big expert on quantum computing. All I will say is that quantum computing is essentially, it's cryptography. If you're into that, great. I'm not really that much into it, but essentially it's, computers are becoming more and more advanced, and so a lot of the codes that we use currently to encrypt our data eventually will become broken by these computers. So the new trend is that we are looking at building quantum resistant cryptography, which essentially means we're looking at a way to stop that so that our codes we can still encrypt data safely. Internet of Things. Internet of Things essentially means anything that's connected to the internet. So that's your smart devices, like your iPhone, your smartwatch. Those are things that we have to consider, because you may think of a cyber threat actor, oh, they're wanting to take your financial information to commit identity fraud. But you may also have, for example, for smartwatches, if you're a victim of domestic abuse or victims of stalkers, they can use that information to spy on you. It's the same thing with the babysitter monitors and the Nest cameras and stuff. Not to be scary, but stalkers can hack into those and use that to spy on you and to control your devices and stuff. So that's another area of concern. And then cloud technologies. A lot of people are putting their data up into the cloud. So what we're looking at is how to safely secure. You want to make sure that your data is secured safely, that there's going to be safe data transfer processes in place, and that when it's in the cloud, it's managed safely. So that's another area of expertise we can provide guidance on. Security protections, when you're talking about AI, those are basically the 4 general principles. We want to make sure that when you're working with AI, make sure that you have policies and procedures in place so that we know you know exactly how are your employees using the AI systems, the tools, what data are you collecting, what information is being put in there, making sure that your data is coming from a trusted source and that your outputs are validated and trustworthy. Also, looking at cybersecurity vendors. So if a lot of organizations are now relying on third-party vendors, well, you want to make sure that if you're giving your data over to a third-party vendor, they have the proper robust security measures in place to protect your data. Because if they get compromised, that then also falls back on you. So you want to make sure that data transfer, data storage, collection, and management procedures, there's all security protocols in place for that. And then the last piece, which is quite important, is just raising the bar of employee awareness so that they know how to use the AI technology properly, but at the same time that the information they put in can easily be erased, and that if they do searches, it's easily deleted so that AI doesn't keep learning. Because while AI is great, the problem with AI is that where AI helps us, we can put in all the information, we can analyze cyber threats and figure out trends and help develop new tools and technologies. On the flip side, cyber threat actors can use that same knowledge and figure out how an organization is building their cyber defenses, and they can develop techniques to beat the cyber defenses. So it's kind of like always chasing a chicken, I guess. All right, next slide here, which my clicker doesn't work anymore. Oops, my clicker doesn't work. Oh, there we go. Oops. Okay, here we go. So, like I said earlier, it's not a one-size-fits-all approach. It really means sitting down and figuring out what your cybersecurity priorities are, and that's what our team is there to help with. You come to us, meet with us, discuss what your cyber priorities are, and then we can work with you to figure out what can we tackle. Maybe you just need to do employee awareness, so we can help you with that. Are you looking for the bigger fish where you want to create a network security program? Well, we can talk that out with you and see what the best resources, best guidance we can provide. Maybe we can put you in touch with other people who can help you with that. So essentially, it's just making sure that in this digital age, you are protected. I always use the analogy that if you go on vacation, you're not going to leave your doors unlocked, your car unlocked, like your garage, out the windows open. You're just not. You're going to lock down and secure everything because everything inside is valuable. The same thing comes with digital technology, and regardless, cybersecurity. This October is Cybersecurity Awareness Month, so this is a great time to have this conversation. Essentially looking at everything that you have, locking it down. Your information is your information. It shouldn't be shared widely with other people, so you want to protect as much as possible. That goes for your devices, both at home and at work, because it only takes one compromised account, one little slip, and then you've opened a can of worms, right? So think of it that way. If you've got a personal computer, you bring it into work. Well, if your personal computer got compromised and you didn't know, you bring it into work and you hook it into a work network. And, you know, you can just imagine the nightmare that will unfold if your personal computer was compromised. So there's a lot of tools and guidance that we can provide you to help raise your level of awareness, your bar, and then we can go from there. So these are just basically the service lines that the Cyber Center does provide. So we provide incident handling support for our partners. So it's 24/7 incident handling support. We're there. You contact our center if there's a cyber incident, and then we basically walk you through. So there's a specific team at the Cyber Center that does that. We also do threat intelligence briefings for our partners, and we also do what we call community building walk the talk services. So that's kind of, sometimes our partners will come to us and say, oh, they're really interested in learning more about AI or quantum computing or just ransomware in general. We'll hold specialized walk the talks, invite our partners to it, and you basically, it's just a session with an expert, question and answering session to kind of learn. And then we also have what we call the Learning Hub. The Learning Hub is this large library of training courses that are free for Indigenous organizations. It's free, and then there's, depending on the type of course, whether it's in person or virtual, there's costs associated. But anyways, it's a large learning resource that we have. Some of them are just online that you can take. So we offer those as well as free. And then we also have kind of just always constantly helping you through the cyber journey wherever you are in your cyber journey. So that in a nutshell is cyber. Hopefully I didn't race through it, but that in a nutshell is cybersecurity, kind of what we do. So we just want to make sure that it can be a scary world out there. We just want to make sure that there's confidence to know that you can come to us. It's a safe place. If you're concerned, please feel free to reach out to us because we're there to help you build your cybersecurity resilience. We can help you, depending on, we have partnerships with a lot of different government organizations. That's a key to us, is that we're collaborative partnerships. We're there to help you become more cyber aware, resilient. So we work with a lot of different partners at the government, at the organizational level as well. So essentially, that's in a nutshell. Hopefully you enjoyed it, the presentation. I didn't scare you too much, but anyways, Miigwech, thank you very much.
Cybersecurity present at NIITA, and so it's great to see them return this year, and that the federal government now has an Indigenous partnerships team led by Joanne Smith. So again, we heard this last year, that it's not a matter of if, but of when. And so the National Security, the Canadian Centre for Cybersecurity has a national cyber threat survey. They have tools and templates for self-assessment, which outline a number of questions regarding a determination of your cybersecurity profile. They're federal, and their partners include RCMP, Public Safety, the Canadian Security Intelligence Service, so CSIS, and also ISED, the Innovation, Science and Economic Development Canada. They have 24/7 incident support, and you can email cyberincident@cyber.gc.ca, and also you can check out cyber.gc.ca to see more tools and information to help you as you're working to strengthen your security profile. Up next, we have Health Canada and Elizabeth Toller. Elizabeth Toller is a seasoned policy and public sector leader within the Government of Canada with with a passion for health issues. As the Director General of Health Canada and Healthcare Strategies, she facilitates pan-Canadian collaboration on shared health priorities, including the governments working together to improve healthcare for Canadians plan. Previously, as Executive Director of Digital Health and Primary Care within the Healthcare Strategies Directorate, Elizabeth and her team worked with provinces and territories to improve access to family health services and modernize the health system with health data and digital tools. Her team was key in advancing collaboration on connected care through better health data interoperability. Elizabeth has also led initiatives at Health Canada's Health Product and Food Branch, driving regulatory changes for food and drugs to support innovation and safety. She has held policy roles in various federal departments, including Immigration, Refugees, and Citizenship Canada, and the Privy's Council Office. Outside of work, she is a mother of two, and she enjoys exercise and gardening. Health Canada will present the Government of Canada's vision for connected care, highlighting ongoing collaboration with provinces, territories, Indigenous partners, and key stakeholders to advance Canada's digital health and health data agenda. The presentation will provide an overview of the federal, provincial, territorial joint action plan for digital health and health data and the Pan-Canadian Health Data Charter, which are driving coordinated efforts. Additionally, it will cover recent federal initiatives, including Bill C-72, the Connected Care for Canadians Act, to illustrate the government's commitment to advancing interoperability to improve patient safety and health outcomes. Thank you very much, Elizabeth, for being with us.
Pardon? Just start talking? Okay. Okay. Hi, everyone. I
Hi,
can't
Elizabeth.
see who I'm speaking to right now, so I'm just speaking to myself, and hopefully all technical problems are good. My team is texting me that they can hear me, so this is a good sign. Apologies for a little bit of a delayed start as a result of these technical challenges. So I understand I've been introduced twice already, so you know already who I am, and thanks for the warm welcome. My team and I here at Health Canada, we work really closely with provinces and territories to support the publicly funded healthcare system. I'm sorry if there's an echo, it's not much I can do on that front. And we also at Health Canada play an important regulator role of health products. In my capacity, really the main role that I play is sort of playing that pan-Canadian national leadership role of convening and bringing the jurisdictions together along with other stakeholders and partners to advance the working together to improve healthcare for Canadians plan, with an emphasis within my role on two of the core priorities, which is on improving access to primary care and on modernizing health systems with digital tools and health data. So, you know, obviously it's within this health information thematic that I'll be talking about today, and really giving you a sense of what's happening at the pan-Canadian level in terms of the overall vision and direction that the country is going on, and how that then trickles down to healthcare delivery. So moving on to the following slide. When I talk about connected care, what I mean is really when health data is able to flow and follow an individual through the healthcare system, and that they can be able to leverage health data and digital tools as a key way to improve healthcare. And when there is a lack of connected care, that can really cause harms on the health and safety of patients, and also a lot of frustration. I mean, I'm sure each and every one of us has experienced a moment where we've had to repeat our healthcare story over and over again to the different specialists or doctors that we see. For healthcare providers, it's equally frustrating, and a lack of access to health information can lead to misdiagnosis, wrong treatments, or unnecessary treatments. And so, you know, we see at the Government of Canada that health data is a linchpin to modernizing our health systems. We see it as being able to empower individuals to manage their own health and empower clinicians to make informed decisions and work as teams. Of course, you know, this connectivity is also really important when we want to be able to leverage health data for broader uses like research or innovation, or understanding how the health system is performing and where we want to make improvements or investments in the future. And when patients do travel outside their community for healthcare, it's crucial to make sure that the information flows back to that patient and to the community for care. Next slide, please. So unfortunately, in Canada, we are far behind other OECD countries when it comes to enabling access to health information among Canadians. Right now, only about Canadians can access some of their health information online, and only 29% of physicians are able to exchange it with other providers. We've done a pretty good job of digitizing healthcare, with 95% of Canadian physicians now reporting that they use electronic medical records. But the problem is the various systems that they use simply can't connect with one another. They can't talk to each other, and the information is therefore stuck in the proprietary systems, and that leads to gaps in the quality of data and ability for it to flow. And because of this, we are seeing increased risks to patient safety and providers unable to make sort of informed decisions, and patients feeling disempowered. And so we've been looking elsewhere at other countries, what they've done, and many countries have actually brought in common standards, and they've used legislation to mandate standards and prevent data blocking, which is what we're trying to do in Canada as well. Next slide, please. So the pandemic really put a spotlight on the importance of health data and digital tools, but it also spurred the need for pan-Canadian collaboration. And so coming out of the pandemic, the jurisdictions came together and worked on a sort of joint action plan on digital health and virtual care, with virtual care being so important during the pandemic in terms of being able to maintain access to care during those difficult times. And one of the other things that came out of that was the development of a shared Pan-Canadian interoperability roadmap, which is led by two organizations called Canadian Institute of Health Information and the Canadian Canada Health Infoway, which is now being implemented with our provincial and territorial colleagues and with vendors. The roadmap is essentially just sort of a 5 to 10 year plan. It's a vision for how we will enable interoperability across the country, and it has with a focus, in the short term, a priority focus on preventing data blocking and enabling data sharing within primary care, making sure that patients can access their data, improving provider access to patient data at that point of care, and mostly through access to a common patient summary, and to better improve patient care coordination through standardized ways of doing e-referral or e-consultation, for example. The other key thing that really came out of the pandemic was the need for Pan-Canadian collaboration on data management. And so we had an expert advisory group that came in and published 3 very influential reports. And that sort of their recommendations have created the foundation for the work that's underway now at a Pan-Canadian scale on health data management now. Next slide, please. And so in February 2023, the Government of Canada announced $200 billion over 10 years to support work with provinces and territories to improve healthcare. And as I mentioned earlier, it focuses on different shared priorities, but one of those key focuses is around modernizing health systems with standardized data and digital tools. That included up to $25 billion in bilateral agreements for provinces and territories, which have all been negotiated with each of the jurisdictions. And you can find the agreements and the action plans that they have committed to, along with their commitments related to health data, publicly available on the Government of Canada website. There was also $2 billion for an Indigenous Health Equity Fund, which is being co-developed with Indigenous partners and Indigenous Services Canada. And also worth mentioning, an investment of $505 million over 5 years to the Canadian Institute of Health Information and Infoway and some other federal partners to support all these efforts in leveraging health data and healthcare. Next slide, please. So as part of this working together plan, provinces and territories all agreed to 5 key health data commitments, so 5 priority areas. The first is on collecting and sharing high quality data and transparently reporting that to Canadians for so that they can see the improvements that are being made to healthcare. There was also a commitment to align and adapt with common standards, both technical exchange standards and data standards, to better connect the healthcare system, which is being driven through the roadmap that I just mentioned beforehand. There was also a commitment to better align the policy and legislative frameworks across the different PT governments to support effective data sharing for the public good. So if you've got standards that are helping with the technical interoperability, you also need to take care of the human side and facilitate a bit of a culture shift, shifting away from a culture of data custodianship where data is held very tightly out of fear of sort of liability or privacy breach, to responsible data stewardship where privacy and security is a top priority, but it's also shared effectively with trusted partners so that it can be used for things in the public good, such as health system improvement or public health response. There was also something very important in terms of a commitment to take a principled approach to any health data management effort that's being taken, that really puts individuals and those involved in their care at the center of any approaches that are taken, and it puts as a priority an emphasis on patient engagement and on equity and on concepts such as Indigenous data sovereignty. And then lastly, the final commitment was around better sharing and collecting public health data to help the country respond for emergency preparedness and pandemic response. Next slide, please. Well, this to say, over the past year, there's been quite a lot of positive progress and momentum, probably more momentum than we've ever seen in the last sort of several decades of efforts trying to move towards a more connected care system. We have all the provinces signed on to the interoperability roadmap. We have governance structures that have been sort of revamped and better aligned to be able to connect health systems data and public health data efforts, and also for the first time, have included all the national Indigenous organizations as part of the federal, provincial, territorial governance tables so that they can actively participate in the discussions underway. Probably the most important piece of progress is the approval of an FPT, which is Federal Provincial Territorial Action Plan, and the Pan-Canadian Health Data Charter, which represent the framework that is guiding all of the actions that are related to those 5 priorities that I just explained. And one thing that we are quite proud of that happened just this last spring is we were able to work with our minister to introduce Bill C-72, the Connected Care for Canadians Act, which aims to accelerate the goals of our interoperability roadmap by requiring vendors to align to common exchange and data standards and prohibiting them from data blocking. And I'll share some more details on that very shortly. And so next slide. Looking ahead, we want to harness this momentum and continue to drive progress against these priority areas. Of course, the interoperability roadmap, it is a long-term journey, but we will continue to make progress on the short-term priorities and hopefully see some accelerated action as a result of Bill C-72, which is still going through the parliamentary process. There's also a lot of focus on the operational side with respect to data sharing. Thinking of a trusted exchange framework similar to what exists in the United States through what's called the TEFCA, to make it easier for communities and organizations to participate in data sharing while retaining control over their own information. On policy alignment, in the last year, there's been a community of jurisdictional colleagues and a few external stakeholders that have come together to provide some initial recommendations to the Canadian Institute of Health Information, who's expected to go out and engage further, including with Indigenous communities, to develop a health data stewardship framework and governance structure to be able to support more consistent approaches to data management and data collection. And have some greater alignment between the community of health data stewards in the country. There's also a lot of other work underway. I mean, I could go on, but just to give you a quick sense, I mean, big focus on cybersecurity and privacy. I know there's been a lot of focus on this at this conference. So trying to come together with the provinces and territories to create sort of an essential checklist of what's needed in a health system to be able to, have cybersecurity protocols taking health data in mind. There's also something else worth mentioning, just a lot of effort to build public trust and literacy, which is, I think, sort of a really important underpinning element to all that we're doing. We can make all the progress in the world on health data sharing, but we need to earn the trust of Canadians in the way health data is being shared and protected, and make sure that they understand sort of the importance of health data sharing and the risks of it not being shared, while being sort of relieved that there are important safeguards already in place to protect privacy and security. So with that, I think that gives you a good snapshot of the overall priorities that are underway. We'll go to the next slide, and I'm just going to dive a little bit more deeply in sort of to the two key priority areas that I think would be of interest to this community. So the first is just giving you a bit more detail on Bill C-72, the Connected Care for Canadians Act. So on that one, from a sort of technical interoperability front, the roadmap is the mechanism that we're using to drive adoption of Pan-Canadian interoperability requirements to really enable that connection of digital systems and break down the fragmentation across our care settings. And the bill is intended to complement that by mandating vendors to align with the standards being developed through the roadmap and to prohibit them from data blocking. And so when I talk about data blocking, what I mean is when health information is interfered with or prevented from being accessed, exchanged, or used when privacy laws allow for it. We've heard, for example, that there's instances where patients or providers are not being given access to the data that they need to support their needs, even when privacy rules allow for it, or when a patient consents. So the goal is to ensure that patients and communities are in control of their information. And while we recognize that data blocking can sometimes occur unintentionally, it can sometimes also occur intentionally, such as when clinicians are charged between $5,000 and $10,000 or more to, for example, switch from one electronic medical record system to another. And so it's really in the regulations that the details of the requirements will be held, and those regulations, will identify the actual standards that need to be followed, and they will provide further details on what is considered data blocking, as well as appropriate exemptions, such as if there's like a temporary, the systems are temporarily unavailable because of maintenance issues, or there's a perceived risk of privacy breach. One thing to really emphasize is that the legislation is intended to act as a backstop where there's an absence of similar laws in provincial and territorial jurisdictions, with an aim of creating a consistent ecosystem of requirements across the country that are internationally harmonized. The regulations for standards themselves, as I said, really build on the roadmap process. And just to give you a sense of the types of things that it would consider, we'd be looking at requirements for application program interfaces, or APIs, as kind of the standard approach for enabling patient access to their own information and to help with that system integration. We look at FHIR-based standards as kind of that common standard for exchanging data between systems, using an international patient summary as a starting point for a minimum data set for data access and exchange, and sort of expanding that data set over time, including the Pan-Canadian Health Data Content Framework as a standardized set of data elements for a common data model, which is very much aligned with the approach taken in the US to the US core data set for interoperability. And we see this as helping ensure physician IT systems are able to send and receive data in a consistent format so that they can actually be interpreted without the need for manual effort to sort of map or link the data. And practically, the goal is to ensure that sort of respective communities and clinics are able to share information for providing healthcare, regardless of the health IT solution used or where the care is being provided. So to say the regulations, if we get to that stage, if the bill passes through Parliament, they would involve extensive consultation with stakeholders, including with vendors, provinces and territories, and Indigenous communities and peoples. And we really want to underscore the importance of continuing to work and engage with Indigenous peoples on this effort through the regulatory development process, just to make sure that we're really informing the approach and to support the sort of parallel advancement of Indigenous health data priorities going forward. And lastly, I just want to emphasize that the bill, it only enables, it doesn't compel any kind of sort of secure access, use, and exchange of health information across health IT systems in Canada. And that all the existing federal and provincial laws related to privacy, still apply and govern the collection, use, and disclosure of personal health information. Okay, next slide on stewardship. And so, interoperability efforts with the roadmap and Bill C-72 very much focused on removing technical barriers. Well, the stewardship efforts is on the human factor interoperability. And so this is where we want to make sure that there's more consistency in health data management approaches and collaboration to enable data to be collected once, shared with trusted partners, and used many times for the benefit of the public. As I mentioned earlier, there was this very active working group with a leadership role from Ontario that developed some initial recommendations outlining the elements that are needed for sort of a more structured approach to data stewardship, including common data policies, standards, data management practices, and governance. And part of that is sort of defining what the role is of a data steward, along with a data custodian, and bringing a community of practice together of data stewards to be able to work in a more sort of cohesive and consistent manner. And so the Canadian Institute of Health Information over the next year is taking those initial recommendations and building out a formalized data stewardship framework and governance structure on a pan-Canadian level, and will be engaging over the course of the year to make sure that their thinking aligns well with the needs of the ecosystem, and again making sure that whatever efforts are happening on this can align where necessary with Indigenous efforts, but also promote parallel tracks as Indigenous communities advance their own health data priorities. Okay, last slide, I think. No, 2 more slides. So just quickly in terms of what we hope to see out of all of this work and the sort of tangible results. I think, at the core of this strategy is a modernized, connected health data system where the imperative is to enhance patient safety. Getting the right health information to the right people in a timely fashion is just so crucial. And in 2024, Canadians, we shouldn't have to rely on faxes or phone calls or even our own memory for the transmittal of health information needed for our care. And so if we don't act now, I think with the rapid growth of health information, we just risk perpetuating the frustrations and harms that Canadians face every day from an inefficient, siloed, and paper-based health system. And so the efforts underway, we really do hope will drive some measurable results for Canadians in terms of empowering them to access their own health data while ensuring privacy, supporting mobility and connected care by making some health data accessible regardless of the location or solutions used, improving access to connected solutions, especially in rural and remote areas. And for Indigenous peoples, sort of that continuity of care across systems is critical for effective treatment and care. Which is particularly true for those living in rural and remote or isolated communities who often need to travel for health services or rely heavily on virtual care. We also want to see a streamlining of interoperability requirements with international standards, because we know that that's key to driving competition and growth within our digital healthcare sector. And lastly, we want to see an improvement to the quality, inclusivity, and comprehensiveness of health data for research and decision-making. If we really want to achieve these benefits, we need clear, consistent pan-Canadian interoperability requirements and policies similar to those in place in other countries, so that patients and healthcare providers can access the data that they need. So I think that wraps things up on last slide. We look forward to hearing sort of your views on broader connected care vision and our strategy, and I'd be really happy to take any questions if there are any. So thanks, everyone.
I would like to just quickly ask again if anyone has questions for Health Canada and Elizabeth. Not seeing any hands in the room yet, but I did see that you opened yourself up for questions, so I wanted to really thank you for your presentation, Elizabeth.
I understand someone just thanked me, so saying thank you back. All right, good to go? All right, thanks everybody.
So insecure, they're such a dinosaur technology. And with that, I just want to invite us all to enjoy lunch until 1 o'clock. Thank you so much for being here this morning. When we come back this afternoon at 1, we will have presentations from HP Canada, the Data Science Institute, Telus Health, and also TeleVU Innovations, and Deloitte. So please enjoy lunch. Who's feeling super hungry? Put up your hands. Okay. All right. Well, with that, I'm going to encourage our technicians that have been working very diligently and hard throughout the symposium to be the first to go for lunch. After that, we can just have maybe the left side of the room line up and then the right side, just to try and keep some of the clutter to a minimum as we're all grabbing lunch. So I'll just encourage the sound techs to go first because you guys said that you're hungry, and then we'll have the left side of the room line up and then the right. And we'll resume at 1 o'clock. Thank you very much, everyone.
Okay, you're able to.
Okay, I'm muting my cell phone now. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me?
So I can hear you, but it does sound like it's coming from the laptop.
Yeah. Okay, so let's try this one more time. All right. Let's see. How does that sound?
Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay.
If everyone wants to, please go to their seats or bring your colleagues back. We're just going to be starting in 5 more minutes. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Welcome back from lunch. Again, I am so happy to have you here. I don't know if I had a chance to properly introduce myself earlier, but again, my name is Cherish Clark. I'm born and raised in Whitehorse, Yukon, and I live in a small community called Atlin, BC. I have my Bachelor of Science in Computer Information Systems, and I had been working as a network admin from 2007 till 2020, when I split from, I guess, being an employee to being self-employed. I currently run my own IT business, where I'm helping to bring IT services to many northern remote First Nations across the north. But last year, like I mentioned, I was elected in a by-election to essentially chief and council, so spokesperson and clan directors council, where I'm responsible for health and social services and education. I was recently reelected in September, so last year. So the topic of IT and Indigenous health, both of those factors mean more to me now more than ever. Over the last couple months, I've been attending First Nations Health Authority meetings. I was just in Prince Rupert last week for that, and I've really become acutely aware of just how difficult the delivery of health services is for my jurisdiction in northern BC. I had someone over lunch ask if I was from Terrace. Terrace almost seems southern. In Atlin, we're Tlingit people, and we also have Casca and Tahltan in northern BC, and I literally live half an hour away from the Yukon border, which creates a jurisdictional issue for the delivery of health services because we have First Nations Health Authority, we have some people that are still under NIHB through Health Canada, some people have BC healthcare cards, or they have their Yukon healthcare card, or their status or their non-status. There's just a lot of intricacies, I think, that contribute to the health outcomes for Indigenous people. And so IT, in my mind, is the backbone of everything. And particularly when it comes to Indigenous health, I just want to hold my hands up to all the IT professionals that are here today and just congratulate you and thank you for the work that you're doing to advance Indigenous health across Canada, and I hope that you had a chance to network and get to know some of your colleagues. This is the third year that I've emceed NIITA, and I really want to thank Jeff Niles from ISK for inviting me back to be here with you today. So this afternoon, our first presenter will be HP Canada, and we'll have Frances Edmonds, who is the head of Sustainable Impact. Frances Edmonds is the head of Sustainable Impact at HP Canada, where she is responsible for business development and oversees corporate social responsibility programs nationally. With a focus on sustainable procurement, Frances is driving meaningful change cross-sector that supports a more circular and sustainable economic future for Canada. Frances is recognized as one of Canada's top sustainability professionals, having received 2 Clean 50 awards, is listed on the Canadian Women in the IT Channel Hall of Fame, and has led HP to become the most sustainable technology company in Canada. Passionate about driving change through education, Frances has developed and implemented volunteer programs globally for HP. She is vice chair of the Board of Learning for Sustainable Future and serves as a consultant for customers, academic institutions on sustainability strategies. She also sits on the Sustainable Development Advisory Council for the Minister of Environment and Climate Change Canada, as well as having completed work on the expert panel on the circular economy in Canada, as assembled by the Council of Canadian Academias. As seen on stage, including Elevate and TEDx, Frances is both a guest lecturer and speaker on a wide range of topics, including the circular economy, with a degree in environmental science from Bradford University, UK, and a postgraduate diploma in occupational health and safety. Frances is also a Canadian Registered Safety Professional, CRSP. And so her presentation is, what is your plan for sustainable IT? Thank you very much, Frances, for being with us.
Thank you. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you, Francis.
Okay. All right, great. Well, thank you for the invitation to be here. It's a delight. I am getting a slight echo on the sound here, so bear with me. I will take any questions as we go because I know this is an interesting and convoluted topic, and I'd like to make sure it's as worthwhile and useful for you guys as it possibly can be. So if we can start with some slides, please. And I've actually changed the topic of this a little to what's your plan for more sustainable IT, because the original document was what's your plan for sustainable IT, and I think it's important for us to point out that there is no such thing as sustainable IT. There is less damaging IT or more sustainable IT, but IT in general has a footprint and many other impacts that we often don't think about as IT professionals. So hopefully by the end of today you'll be a little more aware of those and start to think about the decisions that you make on a daily basis that can have an impact on our planet and our society. So next slide, please. Obviously, given the topic of the day and the audience that I have here, I thought it was important to tell you that every business has a responsibility under Truth and Reconciliation to take action. And I can tell you that the first request under the Truth and Reconciliation report was for businesses to adopt UNDRIP, and I can happily tell you that HP has just added that to our global human rights policy, so I'm very excited about that. It took me a while to get that done. But just to echo Cherish's thoughts about the difficulty of technology in Indigenous communities in general, we have been working for this for some time now and partnered with a number of nonprofits, including Chapter One, who were part of our Digital Equity Accelerator program this year to help with early literacy for Indigenous youth, and including creating reading books in Indigenous languages, which is very necessary. You might also be interested in this little thing here, CELA, which is Coalition of Innovation Leaders Against Racism. It's useful for all organizations, I think, in attracting and retaining diverse talent, and I found it a very handy book to have a look at. And then just coming back to the education piece, I'm actually vice chair of the board for Learning for a Sustainable Future, which works to advance sustainability education in the K-12 space. And HP just funded some 40 new Indigenous resources to be put into this database that's used by over 100,000 Canadian teachers worldwide, across the country, and some worldwide teachers. And also added an Indigenous search function. So more teachers will have access to high quality content that they can leverage to use in Canadian classrooms. So we're very excited about that. Next slide, please. So I'm going to ask you to just think for a moment about how you as an individual feel about the climate catastrophe. And I'm using that phrase very deliberately. You're seeing pictures here. We're hearing about the next hurricane for Florida already. Greenland losing 30 million tons of ice an hour, coral bleaching, carbon emissions going up. How do you feel about this? I gave a presentation on this last week, and one of my own employees said, well, I was evacuated in a forest fire not too long ago. I now keep a bag ready to go by the front door. Very visceral impact of the climate catastrophe. And whether you are impacted in that direct way or not, we're all seeing the impacts around us. And for many of us, it makes us feel that we have no control, or we don't really know what we can do about it. We were never taught any of this stuff. And it makes you feel a little hopeless. And so I'm hoping that by the end of today, you will have some concrete things that you can do to help tackle these issues, and take it away and take some action, and it will make you feel better. Action is the antidote to hopelessness. So next slide, please. So I'm going to talk a little bit. The last time I spoke at this event, I focused entirely on the circular economy. I'm going to spread this presentation across a couple of things. We're going to talk about the circular economy and why it's so important, but then I'm going to talk about turning to how you do sustainable procurement as part of the circular economy. So I started off by telling you that technology products themselves and the use of technology cannot be considered sustainable. We need to think about how we're using them, how many we have, what we do with them throughout their full life cycle. And it's really related to this piece here, this headline from The Guardian in 2020, and this number's probably gone up since then. We're digging 100 billion tons of stuff out of the ground to make the things that are all around us right now. And it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out that you can't keep doing that on a finite planet. But also you might be wondering what's the impact of that 100 billion tons as you dig it out of the ground. So next slide, please. So no spoiler alert here that 70% of the greenhouse gas emissions that are causing the climate catastrophe and 90% of species loss and water loss are tied to digging that 100 billion tons out of the ground and moving it around and using it in the things we use it. So there's a very clear connection to resource use and the catastrophes that we're facing. And if I told you there was something we could do about it, just in our day-to-day purchasing decisions, you might be impressed that you could actually take action. But how are we running things today? Let's have a look at the next slide and we'll see what the linear economy looks like today. So we dig that 100 billion tons out of the ground. We make something with it, and in this case, I'm using an example of a plastic water bottle. We use it, it can be for a very short period of time, and if we're lucky, it goes back into a hole in the ground called a landfill. Most Canadians think that they're doing recycling and it's avoiding landfill, but actually it's not, and I'm going to show you some data on that in a second. And if we're unlucky, plastics in particular are ending up in the wrong places. Next slide just shows you what the linear economy looks like. And that picture on the right-hand side was actually taken by one of the nonprofits that we work with, just showing you how appalling it is. And not only is it contaminating nature, but it's also a waste of resources. If we could take those plastics and put them back into circulation, why shouldn't we do that? So we wouldn't have to dig for more oil to make more plastic. And we're all familiar with some of these other Great Pacific Garbage Patch and this news report last year that 70% of products in Canada's produce and baby food aisles now wrapped in plastic. We need to move away from that. Next slide, please. So the circular economy is a way to tackle this. It's not about fixing the waste issue, it's about fixing a design issue, and it's really what our grandparents did. In many cases, they didn't buy very much. What they bought, they expected to last. They repaired the heck out of it, and when it was really dead at the end of its life, they cannibalized it for parts. So that's what our grandparents did, and we're trying to incent a more circular economy in the way that we do things today, and it starts with design. It always starts with design. And thinking about the full life cycle of a product before you actually even start to build it. How can you minimize the impacts as you're making it? How can you minimize the impacts as it's being used? How can you minimize the impacts when it's reached its end of life and it can be properly recycled? So we need engineers to be thinking more about that. We do measure how circular the world is today, and unfortunately it's going in the wrong direction. I think partly because of the pandemic, but it's been going in the wrong direction for a few years now. So globally, just 7.2% of that 100 billion tons of stuff that we dig out of the ground actually gets put back into circulation. And we know how to do that better. We absolutely know how to do that better. So let's just ask the question, are we on track with what we're trying to do in Canada? And I want to show you the next slide where we look at globally. If every country in the world met their climate Paris Accord agreements for cutting carbon emissions, we would still only be 15% of the way towards holding the global average temperature rise by 2 degrees. We'd only be 15% of the way there. And we know that we're a developed country and we're not on track. And that's not counting all the countries that are at war or famine, drought, fire, floods, you name it. Those climate pledges are not enough. We need the circular economy to make up the rest of that carbon reduction to get us to hold below 2 degrees C. The crazy weather we're seeing today is the impact of 1 degree of warming globally. And the scientists are telling us anything over 2 degrees C and all the bets are off. They don't even know what will happen. We will absolutely blow past even more of the planetary boundaries and we'll be into runaway climate catastrophe. So hopefully I've scared you enough into thinking we need to do something about this. Let's have a look at Canada's data. Next slide, please. So most Canadians will tell you, well, I do recycling, so I'm doing my part. Recycling is not where it's at. And Canada, in fact, is only 6.1% circular, so we're not even as circular as the global average. And this was a report that I worked on with the federal government. If we don't make some changes, we get a 40% increase across the board in all the things we don't want. However, there are some other countries that are doing this well, and we can look to them for some advice and inspiration, proving the art of the possible. It is actually possible. So the question is, how do we get from 6.1% to something reasonable? HP's goal is a 40% goal for circularity. Sorry, we're at 40% today. We have a 75% goal by 2030. And we believe that's doable. But we need customers to come with us, and that's partly why I do some of the speaking events that I do. So let's have a look at some business models for circularity that will help us all get there. Next slide, please. So here you can see there are 5 business models that, if they are implemented, will pull us towards a circular economy and get those impacts from digging that 100 billion tons to be much lower. So the first thing is, obviously, as we design a product or a service to be built, we want to build it with renewable, recoverable, or biodegradable sources. So if I told you I could sell you a computer or a printer that had a high percentage of post-consumer recycled plastics in it, wouldn't you want to buy it? Absolutely. But I have yet to see a bid document in Canada where anybody specified higher percentages of recycled plastics or metals or any of the other things in there. The next thing is for suppliers to sell a product as a service and for buyers to buy as a service. This is much more common in other countries than it is in Canada, and it is, from a buyer's perspective, the single biggest thing you can do to contribute to the circular economy, but it's not as simple as that. We want to make sure that we can extend product lives by repairing them, upgrading them, but they have to be designed to be done like that. And a manufacturer has to provide spare parts to enable repair to happen. So there's a symbiotic relationship there between buyers demanding it and suppliers providing it. You've all probably used some of the sharing platforms, whether it might be Uber or Airbnb. That's where you're getting the maximum usage out of something. You know, most vehicles sit on the side of the road, not being used, parked more than they do get driven. So that's where we maximize the use of something that we've invested those resources in. And only then do we get to this take back and recycling program, where, again, you have to design to enable recycling to be done well. It's pretty much possible to recycle anything, but what's the cost to do it? And that's why many of Canadians' recycling systems don't really work very well, because there's no investment in the back end to separate all the things that we need. Metals are easy to separate, but plastics not so much. The technology exists, but who wants to pay for it? And if there's no market for those recycled materials to go back into new products because nobody's buying with that in mind, you might as well just put in a hole in the ground called a landfill. So that's the business models of circularity. Let's have a look at the next slide and why sustainability is necessary in your organization. So it's not just Francis telling you this. Gartner had it as number 3 in its top 10 list for 2024. I think it was number 8 or 9 last year. So it's moving up in terms of importance as we grapple with the effects of the climate catastrophe. Excuse me. We're seeing that expectations from all stakeholders, whether it's your employees, your investors, your governments, your customers, everybody's expecting organizations to do more, whether you're in the public sector or private sector. And we're seeing increasing attention being paid to this by the worldwide explosion of reporting requirements and questions being asked. What we need to do is make sure that translates into action, and immediate action. And I'm going to show you how some relatively simple action can actually have some pretty good impacts. So My favorite quote here, and it's not my quote, is the fastest way to green your organization is to purchase from one that's already done it. Your suppliers in the tech industry, potentially, most of them have been working pretty hard on this for quite some time. So that's the good news. The industry is fairly advanced, but you can absolutely push it to do more and hold their feet to the fire and get even more action. When we think about all of the things that organizations buy, technology is actually one of what I'd call a poster child for the circular economy, and it's relatively easy to do. And of course, HP has a lot of expertise in this. We work with customers globally on this kind of work, and I'm going to lead you through some conversations on that now. I can just pause to see if anybody has any questions. Not hearing any, I can move along. Next slide, please. So if anybody makes a sustainability claim to you, and you heard in my bio introduction that HP is Canada's most sustainable technology company, I hope you would be asking, how can you prove that? And it's a very bold claim to make, so I put this proof together and got my lawyers to approve it. I don't want to go through this in detail, but perhaps a couple of the awards where it's external people telling us that we are a leader. Been listed as one of Canada's greenest employers for 17 years in a row, and we are listed globally as one of the top 100 most sustainable corporations worldwide by the Canadian organisation called Corporate Knights. If we'll move on to the next slide. We also feel sustainability is really at the heart of HP and essential to our business strategy. If you just move to the next slide, fully 60%, more than 60% of our revenue today, next slide please, more than 60% of our revenue today comes from products that will be classified as sustainable again by Corporate Knights. And what that tells us is that there's a demand from customers to have more sustainable products, and that you can do well by doing good. And this is proof of it. And we publish this information. We've been publishing either percentage of sales or actual total revenue amount for about the last 5 years now, and it's growing as we speak. So whether you're in your own business, whether you work for a non-profit, whether anywhere, there is an opportunity to make money by doing the right things. Next slide, please. So when we talk about sustainability, we want to have some very clear goals because you need to know where you're going. So I think we have 20 or so big goals that we publicly disclose on, and then annually update how we're doing against those goals. And of course, sustainability is a very broad topic. It's not just circularity or environmental stuff. You need to be thinking about human rights and digital equity, quite a broad span. So make sure when you look at your suppliers' performance that you're asking them the right questions on all kinds of things, not just on environmental stuff. Next slide, please. So Gartner, as I said, have been thinking about this for quite some time, and they keep upping the ante here. Their last statement was by 2025, 50% of CIOs will be measured on the sustainability of their organization. They're now going a little further and saying by 2027, a quarter of CIOs' compensation will be tied to the impact of CIOs' compensation, not a quarter of their compensation, will have some linkage to the impact of the sustainable technology that they're using. So the message I'm trying to get across here is that if you haven't thought about sustainability in technology, you need to be thinking about it now, because things don't change that fast. So we need to get working on it today. Next slide, please. Now, when you ask a CIO who has no sustainability background where they might think that the carbon impacts from their organization would be, they'd usually go to the data center. And they'd be thinking about the cloud and where the data is being stored. But actually, this lovely McKinsey report here actually talks about, for most organizations, it's end user devices, because there's more of them than there are servers in a data center, and they tend to get replaced more often. You can see some examples here on the left-hand side, how frequently some of the end-user devices are being changed. So collectively, when we add that up, that is more of an impact. And this particular McKinsey report, I'm going to go into a couple more in-depth looks at where they're recommending you focus your efforts. But let's go to the next slide and just look at the typical examples of technology and where the impacts are coming from. So I love this quote that if you add 2 years of use or life to the average PC, you'll reduce its carbon footprint by 30%. And that comes from TCO certified. And let's start with looking at the notebook computer on the left-hand side here. So what you can see here, this is the carbon footprint of 3 types of IT technology. So we've got a notebook, a server, and a printer. And what we're looking at here is where are the impacts for the carbon. And that's just one element of sustainability of our tech, but let's use it as a proxy. For a notebook computer, it is nearly 80% is in the manufacturing of the thing. So when you think about how you're going to reduce the impact of that, you want to really make it last as long as possible. That's why that 2 years of life to an average PC decreases its carbon footprint by 30%. How can you extend product life? So hold that thought. If we're looking at servers, the biggest impact is during their use phase because they tend to stick around for longer. So if you were purchasing a server, the energy efficiency of that server and how you program it to run at its maximum efficiency would be the things you'd be thinking about. And then for a printer, it is really the paper usage that's important. So how do you make sure when you print, you only print once, that you print the best quality output that you can on the least impactful paper that you can, and you eliminate unnecessary printing. So those would be the 3 guiding principles of the things we're going to talk about. Next slide, please. So this is back to the McKinsey report, and they talk about abatement potential. So that's how much carbon can we reduce versus the investment needed to do it. And as you can see in the top right-hand corner, the items 1 and 4, I'm going to show you what those are in a minute, but I really want you to look at this no regrets moves. Simple sourcing changes with minimal investment can address much of the emissions of end-user devices. What's not to like about that? So here's your challenge. I know it's after lunch and you're probably feeling sleepy, but this is your challenge. Simple sourcing changes. So let's get into some more of that. So what is item 1 and 4 on this grid here? Next slide, please. So item 1, optimize the number of end user devices. Don't buy more than you need. Make sure that the ones you are using will last a long time, and increase that product lifespan via sourcing changes. So buying higher quality products that are repairable and upgradable. 2 simple no regrets moves for you to take. And you might say, well, okay, Francis, but what kind of an impact is that really going to have? Next slide, please. So you don't need to worry about the naming here of scope 1, 2, and 3, but what I do want you to think about is, for most organizations, most of their carbon impacts is in what we call scope 3. It's just an accounting way of breaking up the carbon. And about 70% of that is coming from purchased goods and services, and IT is one of them there. So for the average organization, looking at what they spend on technology and how they spend it can have a significant impact on reducing carbon impacts. And we need to get carbon emissions down. HP's goal is 50% by 2030, Canada 40 to 45%. It's emissions coming down tomorrow, not by 2050 that's important. If we get to 2050 and we've still got a lot of carbon to go, we'll have blown past 2 degrees C and we will be in a bad place. So next slide, please. So McKinsey is saying that CIOs, or any one of you in the room who take decisive and precise action, can get carbon reductions down 15 to 20% within the first year with minimal investment. No regrets moves. Next slide, please. So let's turn to how we're going to do that. Sustainable procurement, and I'm using Dr. Bob Willard's definition here, excuse me. We're still trying to get best value for money when we're buying things, but now we have to think about 3 different things. We're looking for the most sustainable services and goods, and obviously I flipped that because in the circular economy it's about services over goods, from the most sustainable supplier. And you need to get a little bit savvy on how you measure supplier performance. The good news is there are some simple ways to do that. And then in alignment with your own organization's purpose and goals. And if you're working in the public sector and you might think, well, I don't have any specific goals, you do have a stated purpose. Cherish talked about that linkage between health and society and providing technology to support health. Well, maybe your stated purpose is health. Maybe you're working in a different field, but there's a linkage here to what your organization is there to do and the health and the well-being of the planet and the people we're serving. So I hope you take this definition with you and can apply it in all of your purchasing moving forward, whether it's for tech or other things, whether at home or at work. Next slide, please. So I said earlier on that one of the simple ways to make changes is to do simple sourcing changes. And we've already mentioned that the most impactful way to advance a circular economy is to buy as a service. So let's dig into that a little more about why that is. So when you buy PC as a service, you typically extend the product life, and I'll explain why. So the first one is, when you don't own the device and you're done with it, you give it back to the manufacturer or the channel partner, who will bring it back and will refurbish it and, if possible, give it a second life much faster than if you own it and, oh, well, somebody's got to take care of that now. It's not my job. We'll put it in a cupboard, or we'll pay to store it. Some companies do this because we know there's some data privacy and maybe some environmental issues there, but nobody's job to do it right now, so we forget about it. So the fastest turnaround time to get to a second life means that it gets a second life, and therefore we've extended that product life. And if you recall, adding 2 years of life to the average PC decreases its carbon footprint by 30%. So we absolutely want to do that, and we don't want to waste those resources. We want to put them back into circulation. We can also say that accessing PC as a service usually involves telemetry, so remote monitoring of the device, not of what's being done with the device or your data, but what's being done with the device to make sure it's being run at optimum performance. And if it needs repairs, a new battery, whatever else it might be, it gets done as needed, meaning that device is up and running for longer. It also enables manufacturers to reuse parts. And you might think, well, I don't want a reused part in my computer, but we need recycled components and reused components with high quality devices to keep lowering that footprint and get reused materials into our products. We also see it as a deeper relationship between a supplier and a buyer. Maximum performance and durability is being provided for you. You can scale your fleet if you're buying as a service. And then if you have a device that really is end of life, giving it back to that service provider will usually mean it's getting properly, responsibly recycled. So those are all the reasons why it's most impactful to buy as a service. And I can back that up with some data. If we can just show the next slide, please. So here you can see the best tool we have for measuring scenario A against scenario B from a sustainability standpoint is called a life cycle assessment. And what we did, you can go and have a look at this white paper if you're interested. We compared buying the same device and owning it versus accessing it as a service, leasing somewhat, but accessing as a service, let's call it. And even we were shocked to see the reduction of impact across the board in all the things that we're measuring, somewhere between 25 and 30% compared to a linear model, mainly because they're getting to a second life faster. But what's not to like about that? Next slide, please. So HP's been thinking about this for quite some time, and one of the services that we're bringing to market is called device life extension. And you'll start to see not just HP, other suppliers stepping into this space where we're trying to help you stretch your budgets, increase the longevity of devices, and we will actually take care of that upgrading and maintaining devices and putting them back into circulation for organizations so that In fact, I can give you the good example. The laptop I'm looking at you from today is an HP employee refurbished laptop. I don't get a choice. I just get a refurbished laptop. It looks just as good as a brand new one. And I've had it for a couple of years now. And it's working fine for me. I don't have particularly high compute needs. So that's an example of where we test it out on ourselves first, and then we start to offer these services globally. And you should be asking your suppliers whether they can do this or not. Next slide, please. So if we look at print, again, the most impactful way is to buy as a service because we're helping you manage paper. Remember, more than half of the impact from printing was the paper usage. So looking at these data here on if you print on both sides of the page, if you have secure print, if you digitize, here are the savings that you can get. But the reality is with print, it's the least sexy part of an IT infrastructure and typically is the least well managed. If you buy as a service, your service provider is going to help you manage this and do a better job of keeping tabs on this data and encouraging you to do the things that need to be done. All those things like fleet size adjustments, not overstocking on supplies or buying supplies, the wrong supplies, and making sure that things do get recycled responsibly. Next slide, please. So how can simple sourcing changes significantly reduce impact? And we've talked about buying as a service, but now let's look at some of the other things. And we've mentioned this a couple of times, increased recycled content. We know we can't keep digging that 100 billion tons out of the ground. We don't want the impacts that come with that. Does having increased recycled content really lower the footprint? Yes, it does. You can also buy carbon neutral services. So you're not adding any carbon into your organization at all, and you're getting your vendor to take care of that by buying offsets, high quality offsets on your behalf. You can usually get decreased power consumption, and I would argue this is a particularly important one for Canada, looking at social and environmental performance improvements locally. You want the vendors you choose to do business with to be impacting Canada in a good way, to be investing in Canada, to help Canada with our digital equity, whatever goals it might be. And we want the suppliers to compete on this, not just on price. And we definitely need increased transparency. The federal government just this year passed a transparency requirement on supply chain responsibility. All of Canada's main vendors have complied with that, so that's the good news. But it's the start of a trail towards, much better information and accountability on those extended supply chains for a typical technology product. Next slide, please. So I talk about transparency being important, and I think you should be looking at how transparent are your suppliers. And a good place to go is to CDP. They're an independent nonprofit organization that asks companies to voluntarily disclose their impacts. And they started with climate, water, forests. Most recently have gone to biodiversity and plastics. They're not scoring those yet. And of course, they have a supplier engagement leaderboard as well. So you can see here there's quite a variety, but overall the industry is doing well. They're doing some good stuff and increasingly getting better over time, which is great. Let's hold their feet to the fire. Let's keep the pressure on for all suppliers to be doing better here. And you can see here CDP assessed nearly 23,000 companies last year. HP was one of only 11 companies worldwide that scored a AAA. So pat myself on the back. That wasn't my work, it was somebody else at HP, but it's good to see that it's possible to be transparent, to do well by doing good. Next slide, please. So here's some nice data points. Nearly 2 years ago now, we passed 1 billion cartridges being recycled by HP and 6 billion post-consumer plastic bottles being kept out of landfills and put back into our products. And you can see some other data here on the recycled plastics that we're doing. And actually, a good chunk of our recycled plastics is being produced in Montreal. So it's a Canadian success story too, which is pretty awesome. And on that note, next slide, please. We actually went into a partnership with our vendor in Montreal and worked with some nonprofits to bring ocean-bound plastics from Haiti. And we were asked whether we could take these plastics, and we said, well, let's give it a try. Our wonderful vendor said, sure, let's do it. And fast forward, we have a very successful program until, of course, the civil unrest that's going on in Haiti. So we're actively looking now, where else can we bring ocean-bound plastics from? But we were able to achieve some social impacts there, as well as some great environmental benefits. Next slide, please. When we think about technology, I think you've all seen the advances in packaging that we've seen across the board. You want to be looking for sustainably sourced and recyclable packaging. So from HP, we guarantee 100% of our packaging is sourced from responsibly managed forests or from recycled materials. And we've increasingly eliminated single-use plastics in our packaging. Next slide, please. You can see some examples of what's been done next slide, please, to densify packaging. So the better the design of the packaging, the more you can fit into a skid, the more you can fit on a ship as you move the packages around. Can I get the next slide, please? There we go. So here you can see as you densify the packaging, the product pallet density goes down, and you can actually get more on a ship, which of course is decreasing your carbon footprint for shipping, or if you have to fly products, even more so. So this is a trend in the industry. Ask your vendor, what are they doing and how are they doing it? Next slide, please. And here you can see bulk packaging as an example of how you can reduce the amount of packaging you have to deal with, but also all of these other benefits come with a bulk packaging idea. Next slide, please. So one of the things HP is now doing is selling you carbon neutral computing. So here you can see you can choose to buy a notebook computer, either carbon neutral to your door or carbon neutral for the full life cycle of your product, and you get a sustainability benefit report. So these are some of the innovations that manufacturers are doing to help provide you with better information that you can use and share with your employees. So this is a pretty cool one. Most employees somewhat know what a carbon footprint is. They'd be pretty excited to know that they were using a carbon neutral PC and could feel, somewhat proud that they were also helping lower impact globally. Next slide, please. Whether you're selling a printer or a PC or a server, you are increasingly packaging in wood-based products, so cardboard. So looking to your supplier about their forest commitments, we know there's a very big connection between carbon and forests and biodiversity in forests. So what are your suppliers doing to think about forest protection? And the nonprofit world is telling us that many of the large organizations that have a big impact on forests don't even have a policy on it, never mind actually doing any work on it. So there's a lot of opportunity here. So hold your suppliers to account on what they're doing for forests. Next slide, please. I said we sell carbon neutral PC. We also sell carbon neutral printing services. So again, helping you reduce your impact first and then offsetting those remaining emissions. Again, a great story to tell your employees. And you get, again, another report telling you how you've done. And we help you walk through reducing impact as much as possible. Next slide, please. I said the last thing that we need to do in those 5 business models of circularity was to take back and recycle. Good news is HP does a lot of that, of course. But ask tough questions. Where does it go? What happens to my stuff? I think HP is still the only vendor that tells you where our recycling plants are. And increasingly, you'll see there's some free collection. Some people might come and take your stuff away for free, but ask where it's going. There's still a lot of bad practices out there. You really need to follow what's happening. And obviously with HP, you can even get serial number tracking as a paid-for service, but there's a good list of information in the sustainability benefit report that you get from the free of charge service. Next slide, please. This is fairly new, and I want you to know that this data is available. So Ecomedes is an external database. The federal government, actually, if you can just go to the next slide, the federal government's about to start using this to help their buyers look at product sustainability. And so HP's got a very large percentage of our products now are on this database. You can go and look at what percentage of recycled plastic it has, what eco labels it has, all available by region and country. So a great place for you to go and have a look for information should you need it. Next slide, please. So I've talked a lot about all of the things that you could be considering, and you're going, okay, my head's about to explode, Francis. How do I specify that? How do I actually get what I want out of my supplier? What do I need to do? So I got a couple of tools here for you, and these were developed by a nonprofit called Green Economy Canada alongside HP. And I will make sure you get the links to these. Actually, you can see it on there. You can go and download these tools today. The first one is a sustainable IT procurement self-assessment tool, which simple score out of 35, see how you're doing, but more importantly, see what you could be doing, sometimes with no additional charges. Or costs to you, should I say. Great tool being used by a lot of customers, a lot of broader public sector organizations use it, and they use it as a planning tool for, we're going to do this year, but next year we want to do that, and had some really good feedback on that. And then a very simple, the document in the front here, a buyer's guide. What questions could you put in your RFP that will help bring out the things I've been talking about? Why do you want to put them in there? And what would a good answer look like? 5 questions on supplier performance, 5 questions on print, and 5 questions on PC. So I challenge you all to have a go with these tools and see whether you like them or not. If you've got any suggestions for improvement, I'm about to kick off a new project to update these. They're a couple of years old now, so I want to go back to work with Green Economy. And we're going to roll up our sleeves and get started on this. So I'd love some feedback from you if there's something you think's missing or you'd like to see an improvement in. But right now, they're free tools available for everybody to take and run with. Next slide, please. HP, of course, has our own tools. I wrote this document on the right-hand side called Purchasing the Future You Want. This is a deep dive for procurement professionals who are really curious and want to know, well, what is an eco label and what does it mean and why should I be thinking about it? So it's really a what should we say? It's a reference manual. You wouldn't want to read it from start to finish, but it's framed around the circular economy and is a handy tool for anybody who wants to learn a bit more. And then HP, of course, has the 3 guides. Sorry, let's just go back. HP has the 3 guides that will help you on print, PC, and supplies. Okay, yeah, we'll go forward again now. I'm just going to ask you to think a little bit about your choice of supplier. And I think from an Indigenous community perspective, you're very used to federal government, for instance, carving off a percentage of spend to spend it with Indigenous-owned businesses, and that's great, but that leaves the other percentage of businesses not doing anything on reconciliation. And I think we need to be a little bit more savvy than that. So how can we get often the multinationals to make more investments in Canada? You should be asking them, how are you doing on community investment? I have competitors who claim they don't make any community investments in Canada. How do we let them get away with that? What reconciliation actions are they taking? How are they helping the nonprofits that they work with, and what volunteering are they doing to give back to their own communities? And you can ask them the question. And then, give them some points for doing the right thing, and maybe more of them will step up and do more. Next slide, please. HP has identified the issue of digital equity as being one of the areas where we can have one of the most impact. We've got a bunch of 55,000 highly trained employees around the world that we give 4 hours a month of paid time to volunteer in whatever they want. And we encourage them to make donations and really lean in. And here are some of the goals that we're doing. Lots of work to be done. And in particular, we have this Accelerate Digital Equity for 150 million people by 2030. This is as of last year, 21.3 million. Just want to show you what we're doing in Canada so you can feel good about it. Next slide, please. When we think about digital equity, to have equal access to jobs, healthcare, education, all of those three things, particularly for our remote communities, require access to hardware. They need connectivity. I'm not telling you anything you don't know already, but they need good content and they need digital literacy. So we have chosen to work on this globally and try and give people things that they need. And we have focused on historically marginalized peoples. So we have a great team. Next slide, please. Our global team actually won the Time Team of the Year award that is running this program. That's pretty exciting. And next slide, we have just wrapped up the first 6 months of working with three charities that are quite focused on reconciliation and Indigenous work from a digital equity standpoint. Access to Success, which deals with persons with disability and an accelerator for organizations working on that. Jay's Care has done a huge amount of work on accessing sport to bring equality and tackle loneliness and ill health in youth across Canada. And Chapter 1 we already mentioned. So pretty excited about that. Watch this space to see some more of what's coming. So wrapping up here, I would say, I love this quote from Dave Packard, it is everybody's job here. It's not just Francis's job. I've shown you some ideas of things that you can do. Simple sourcing changes with minimal investment can have big impact and are no regrets moves. So next slide, please. Leaving you with this, let's create a better future where we can all work together on this. And you've got my LinkedIn QR code there so you can follow me and stay in the conversation. So I've done pretty well there. I'm leaving a few minutes for questions. Okay, so I'm not hearing anything.
Not seeing any takers. I want to just deeply thank Francis Edmonds for coming back from HP to talk about sustainability within our industry. So some of the things, she first presented at NIITA at the IT Symposium in 2022. And so you can check out that recording, day 2 on YouTube. It's very nice to see you again. And some of the things that she talked about that stuck out for me was the fact that Greenland is losing 30 million tons of ice an hour, and that the world consumption is coming at an extraction rate of 100 billion tons per year. I was mentioning over lunch that I'm working on a documentary about the changing of glaciers, particularly in my area, and how that's having an impact on our Indigenous food sources. And being able to have access to our food sources is an integral part of our health. And how when I was down in the watershed, I could literally hear the glaciers calving. And fortunately, a lot of scientists are looking at how that might increase more new salmon spawning habitats. But the resource extraction that we're seeing has also put a lot of pressure on the salmon in the Yukon River. And so there aren't very many salmon left in the Yukon River, and there's so many First Nations dependent on us at the Tugger River to help them supply, and there's a disconnect to their food source and to their culture and ways of being. So Francis also talked about a circular economy, or really a holistic view instead of linear purchasing. And so she talked about the 5 business models of circularity. So number 1, circular supplies, so renewable, recoverable, biodegradable. 2, product as a service, so like hardware rentals instead of owning your hardware, or DAS, device as a service. She also talked about number 3, product life extension, about how even increasing your product life by 2 years decreases the amount of the carbon footprint by over 30%. She talked about a sharing platform and also resource recovery. So the typical R's of reduce, reuse, and recycle. Side note, like one of the first servers that I ever had was an HP server. It was a HP ProLiant ML370 G6. And one of the things that we've seen in our industry has been the virtualization of hardware, which also increases the capacity that we're using those devices to. So things like VMware. She also talked about computer manufacturing and the effects that it has on our water and our forest, and about eco-mendes, and about procurement as a whole, for us to really be thinking about how we can be more green and more holistic in the way that we're purchasing the hardware and how we can extend the life. So again, I want to thank you very much for being with us again. It was great to see you. And up next, our next presenter is Raymond Ng. So Raymond Ng is from the Data Science Institute at the University of British Columbia. His presentation is Modeling and Aspect-Based Emotion Analysis on User-Generated Content. Raymond Ng is the Canadian Research Chair on Data Science and Analytics. He is also the founding director of the UBC Data Science Institute, an elected fellow of the Royal Society of Canada. For both 2022 and 2023, he was named one of the world's top 75 academic data science leaders by the MIT-based CDO magazine. His main research area for the past 3 decades is on data mining, with a specific focus on health informatics, text mining, and a natural language processing. He has published over 230 peer-reviewed publications on those topics. Thank you very much, Raymond.
So maybe I could speak to the microphone? Oh.
Yeah. Okay. Down is next.
Down is next. Okay, good. So my name is Raymond Ng, and I work at the University of British Columbia, which is situated in the ancestral unceded territories of the Musqueam people. And I lived there for over 30 years, certainly very happy that I have the privilege to live in that part of the country. I don't know how many of you have been to UBC, but the UBC campus is really nice. This is the first time that I come to this symposium, so thank you, the organizer, for inviting me. I don't have a very good model of the kind of talk that I should be giving, but I think based on what I have picked up, there seems to be 2 pillars when it comes to the content of this symposium. One is Indigenous health, and so in my comments with you in the next 30 minutes, I think is very heavy on that Indigenous health. Particularly, I'm going to focus on mental health. There's a lot of discussions earlier about data, so being the director of the Data Science Institute, data is really central to us. But the second pillar of the symposium is about IT. Now, the kind of IT that I'm talking about is not going to be servers, printers, and networking equipment, that kind of IT. I'm going to focus a lot at the end of data analytics. I'm focusing on how we analyze data, and particularly certain kinds of data. Not the typical health data as in your electronic health records, but in fact, text data. A lot of what I'm saying is in fact about social media data, about data that we might collect, based on emails, based on conversations. So so it's a very different, spectrum. So let me begin by telling you the kind of take-home message that I think all of you might get something from my, from my comments today. And I'm going to actually start with a use case, and is about online mentoring for Indigenous communities. So that's I think, hopefully that would resonate with many of you. And then I'm going to finish by just making some general comments about the state of art of the natural language processing and how it could actually apply to understand people's emotions, to understand people's, their mental well-being. So my take-home message is that in our world, there's actually a lot of unstructured data. Even in the healthcare world. So earlier this morning, we heard from Health Canada, but in the healthcare world, there's a lot of what we call clinical documents, which is all kinds of reports, pathology reports, radiology reports. However, there's another source of unstructured data is what researchers in the natural language processing call the user-generated content. So these are content created by the users, by their caregivers, by the families. And this might be in the style of emails, in the style of text messaging, blogs, and so on. But generally conversations. And the idea is that there's really in this world that we live in today, there's huge opportunities for us to try to understand that kind of data to promote health, to promote particularly patient care, to promote connection to the families, to the patients. And so that's really kind of the take-home message of my discussion. A lot of the machine learning AI that you have been hearing on health data is still predominantly on the structured data. And actually, by the way, I couldn't pick a better time to stretch the content of this symposium a little bit better than today. I don't know how many of you had heard that Jeff Hinton from Toronto has just won the Nobel Prize of Physics, and his contribution is on neural networks. So talking about AI, talking about making a contribution. I'm sure many of my physicist friends are going to be somewhat annoyed that a computer scientist actually got a Nobel Prize in physics, but but that just tells you that this type of stuff is really percolating. I'm also very glad that there are other speakers in today's symposium. We'll also be talking about ChatGPT, and so I will say a little bit about large language model. So let me give you a high-level view of what I think is important to understanding what the users are saying, or maybe what the patients are saying, what the at-risk individuals are saying. So in NLP, there are kind of 4 broad categories of tools that we develop. One is called topic modeling. Actually, by the way, there's a typo in my talk. So the first letter or the first word of the title is not modeling, it's actually topic modeling. So the word topic has actually got dropped. So topic modeling is really just trying to understand what are the users talking about in their conversations. And then the next one is that for what they are talking about, what needs do they have? Are they looking for information? Are they looking for emotional support? Are they looking for social support? And then what is called dialogue X, then it talks about why are the users, why are the people talking about those topics? Why are they talking about treatment? Do they talk about treatment because they worry about the cost, or they worry about the side effects? So these are called dialogue X. And then the 4th one is called discourse analysis. This is really about coherence, and this is very neurological. So in fact, some of the best model to predict early onset of dementia is really based on coherence analysis of speech and text. And we do work in, Parkinson's disease, and so it's really trying to analyze whether what people are saying is even coherent. And so but I think in the limited time today, I'm just going to give you some examples about topic modeling, and then I will talk a little bit more about the emotional support and the emotions and the mood. So let me use a use case to ground or to motivate this. So we work with an organization that promotes mentoring for online mentoring. And so here we, as I'm going to explain to you, we got all the data, conversational data that they have between mentors and mentees. So the context of the work is there's this organization that's called Rural E Mentoring BC, and so the map here is showing BC, showing the population, as you know, is very, in many areas, are very sparsely populated, and the rural and indigenous communities have very high demand for healthcare, but also reduced access. And the students in those communities actually want to stay with the family, want to stay in the community. So as such, they want to stay, they really want to find careers in their communities. And so UBC has a program in the Faculty of Medicine that is trying to improve rural and indigenous admissions into the life sciences and the health sciences program. So this is Rural E Mentoring BC. Is trying to support indigenous communities, rural communities, and let them be more successful when they actually get into UBC's programs. So the goal is to inspire new rural and indigenous healthcare practitioners in BC. So they create this mentorship program. This is not our work, this is actually their work. They have mentors and they have mentees. The mentors are actually university students that are already inside UBC, and they are trying to coach the mentees, in this case the high school students, to stimulate, to try to help the rural indigenous students to be able to adapt faster to or to be more prepared when they come to UBC. So this is this mentoring relationship. So the way that the role that we play with our team within the Data Science Institute, we have a program that is actually very successful. It's called Data Science for Social Good. It's for students at UBC. They may be graduate students, some of them may be doctoral students, master students, and undergrad students. They analyze data and then they try to find insights and maybe make some suggestions to the sponsors. So in this case, Rural E Mentoring BC. So this is the data. In a nutshell, I just give you a very, very quick overview. We have all the conversations between 1,000 pairs of mentors and mentees, and every conversation, by text, is timestamped, as you could see. The relationship ID, the mentor and the mentee. In this example here, the mentor said, "Hi, hope you are well," and then the mentee said, "I'm well, thank you." So they have all these turns, and they focus on, and so then they start the discussion, and the discussions have a few themes, and they have developed what they call the curriculum to help the mentees. So it might be about rural to urban, how do they adjust when they move from rural society to a big city like Vancouver, career, and then courses. So these are the general curriculum that the mentors have prepared for the mentees. But what we are doing with NLP and to use topic modeling is to say, if I take all this data, take all the text, all the conversations that they have, and we try to understand what are they really talking about. Okay, so this is what they are really talking about. So we use this tool that's called topic modeling, and the idea is to extract common topics, common themes in the conversations between the mentors and the mentees based on the actual discussion. And we use this tool. Here is called BERT topic. For some of you who are interested in large language model, BERT is one of the early large language model. Many of you have heard of ChatGPT. Most of you have heard of ChatGPT. I'll show you in a later diagram that ChatGPT is actually much more later stage. But even a very more basic language model like BERT could actually produce something very nice. I gave a quick example in why language model is important is when someone said, I'm feeling blue, the word blue is very different from the water is blue. And so this is not the same word blue. A large language model will be able to understand, okay, the first blue is more about a mental state, whereas the latter, the second blue, is about the color, about the physical color blue. So the large language model is providing that context for us to be able to understand, or for a computer program, for the NLP tools to understand the text. So let me give you the results. So these are the top 10 topics from the mentee. So out of 1,000 pairs, I don't remember how many turns, there's probably about 50,000 turns of conversations. The top 10, and I divide the top 10 topics into 3 groups. The first group, so on the right-hand side, you see the representative words of the responses: careers, college, university, and so that correspond to the topic of career and post-secondary exploration. The representative words: rural, towns, community, corresponds to rural to urban living, and so on. So what I'm showing here on the first list is that those are 6 topics that the rural mentoring program have developed curriculum for. They already developed some material to help the mentors, to help the mentees. So they are material to help them about career, post-secondary, rural to urban living, wellness, self-care, good study habits, finding inspiration, career exploration, and so on. So these are the standard topics, that they have. Now, as it turns out, there are 4 other topics that are very new, even to the mentoring program. But this is, in fact, what mentors and mentees have been talking about. So they actually find out that there are 2 other topics where the mentor and the mentees are actually talking about their conversations, how they communicate to each other. So it's about their mode of conversation. So it's not about the 6 packages that they have developed for the mentees. They also from time to time talk about the online platforms and say, okay, no, the online platform sometimes it really sucks and whatnot. Now then there are 2 other topics which is completely not related at all to the mentoring and the mentee relationship, is that, actually mentor and mentees talk a lot about their hobbies, talk about their free time. And so the purpose of me showing you this is to say that when we actually do the topic modeling, it could find, based on what is in the data, what people are really talking about between the mentors and the mentees. And from the rural e-mentoring program, it's good for them to understand what people are really talking about, because then they might need to enhance their curriculum. They might need to talk a little bit more about the online platform. They may need to talk a little bit about how mentors and mentees should conduct their conversation. Maybe they should have a little bit of support of helping students to understand hobbies and free time, how to manage their free time, things like that. So this helps them in preparing better material for the mentees. So these are the top 10 topics. There are actually a lot more topics about this. Now, next I'm going to change. So this is for those of you who might be interested in large language model, this is what is called the evolution tree. On the very left side, you see the year from 2018 to 2023. So it does not include this year. And BERT, if you look very closely, BERT is one of the earlier ones in 2018, and I'm going to show you this. In the next slide, we're going to see BART, which is a little bit above BERT, whereas on the other side, when you see GPT. ChatGPT is very high up because it's a lot more recent. But the whole point that I want to actually make with this tree is to tell you that this large language model business is advancing so quickly. Many big companies, Google, Meta, OpenAI, they spend so much money trying to promote, trying to build the next best large language model. And the idea is that it is great for us to be able to leverage off of that technology and help us to do what we want in understanding people's speech, text, and so on. So this is just to show that this is a rapidly changing field. Now, one of the things that we do with large language model, and this is where I turn to the last part of my talk, is to talk about emotion detection, because part of the needs, part of the aspect about identifying the needs of the mentees is to understand how they're feeling. And in this example here, we are using BART, which is one of so come with BART, there's a package that allows you to do emotion detection. You might be able to detect that when certain people said certain things, it represents sadness, it represents fear, it might be angry, it might be joyful. So we want to be able to understand that from the text. This is now going back to the mentor and mentee example. I give you two examples. So in the first example, the response was, I'm mentee, bioengineering. Wow, I get into bioengineering, and then so on and so forth. The red text is the line. I mean, obviously the text doesn't come with color, but I underlined it. I color code it in red because that is the sentence that caused Bart to say that the person is very excited, is very happy. Contrast that with the next sentence. It's a hi, mentor, I'm a little shy and have a hard time in writing down what I'm thinking. I would like to start our conversation with choosing a program in school. So Bart would then identify this with the emotion of nervousness. And so I'm just showing you two examples where you could now use this tool and be able to analyze the text and be able to attach an emotion to it. And in 2 or 3 slides later, I actually show you an even more advanced version where the emotions are now attached to what is called aspects. And so this is an interesting diagram that I want to show you. This is recorded the mentoring and the mentee. So the mentor and the mentee talk all the time. And based on the response, you could actually track how the mentee is doing without even asking them directly, how are you doing? You could just track based on what they are writing or what they are saying. And I showed 2 examples. On the left side is mentee 1. On the right side is mentee 2. In mentee 1, so let me explain the different curves. The x-axis is time, so over time, how is it changing over time? The red curve is about boredom. How bored is the mentee? The orange is some measure of the content of the actual material that the mentee is actually going through in their learning. And then the blue line is about nervousness, and the green line is about excitement. So in mentee 1, the material is becoming a little bit harder, as shown by the orange line. Mentee 1 is not bored. Mentee 1 is still pretty excited, and the nervousness has over time gone down a little bit for mentee 1. Mentee 2 is a little bit different. The material become a lot harder, and mentee 2 their excitement has dropped significantly over time. Boredom is the same. Nervousness remain more or less the same as in the beginning. So the reason why I'm showing you this two examples is just to say that, different people respond differently. Mentee 1, Mentee 2 responded differently to their mentee over time, but with NLP and with emotion detection, you could at least track a little bit about how they are doing without even asking them. So this is where I turn, to the last part, and I just want to say something about the general area of mood and emotion detection. It is aiming to specify, identify emotional state conveyed in a text. Now, many of you are probably well aware of and maybe frequent users of sentiment analysis. Like if you fly into Edmonton and then you say, well, where am I going to find a restaurant tonight? You might be looking at Yelp and looking for what people are saying about the restaurant. So this is sentiment analysis. You might wonder whether sentiment analysis is very similar to mood analysis. And they are actually there are similarities, but they also have very important differences. In sentiment analysis, when I post a review about a restaurant, my sole purpose of writing that article is I want to tell you what I think about that restaurant. Do I like the food? Do I think it's over-expensive? Do I think that the service has been good? So that's the purpose. In mood detection, I am not writing about my mood. I'm just writing about something else. In fact, as the author of the document, I might not even be aware of my own mood when I'm writing that document. So mood detection is, in fact, I would argue that it's actually a lot more subtle. It's actually a lot harder when it comes to sentiment analysis. And so now, as I promised, that the mood detection that I showed you earlier, examples, it has actually advanced. People are now talking about aspect-oriented mood detection, where you identify the aspects. There might be multiple aspects within a paragraph, as I'm going to show you, and then for each of the aspects, you could attach a mood to it. So the example here that I said is that the first one, the parking space, UBC is limited and expensive, and then the aspect is about parking space at UBC. The mood, the emotion is frustration. In the second example, now we are talking about the weather is good, but the exams and deadlines stress me out. Aspect, the weather is good, satisfaction, but in terms of exams and deadlines, anxiety. And so that's what we could do. We could detect from the text. And I'll give you one last example. It's a much more elaborate example, but it's actually very impressive. In this one paragraph, the student was writing about various aspects of it. And the package is able to identify that when it comes to personal growth, is positive. When it comes to mental health and wellness, concern. When it comes to privacy and secrecy, nervous. Job opportunities, uncertain. Insurance applications, worry. So 5 different aspects that it identified from the text, and then for each one of them, attach a emotion, attach a mood to it. So, this technology is pretty cool. And this is really sitting on top of, the large language model. And as the large language models become better and better, this technology becomes even better. But I don't know how many of us has actually, apart from a very small circle of people in the NLP community, it's actually aware of the usefulness of this technology. Now, I'm going to finish by actually saying, how does it link to health? I mean, this is about indigenous health or health in general. Tax is everywhere. I don't know how if you think about how you use your phone to text, to message, how many different chat groups you have. Every day we spend so much time now, for many of you, talking to other people. It's about conversations. Text is interesting that it is non-invasive. When I talked about coherence analysis earlier, we were talking about the brain, we were talking about neurology. Well, the best you could do with looking at your brain is, for example, using fMRI, which is just do an MRI scan on your brain, but that is so expensive. But even scan cannot detect dementia and conditions like that. What is interesting is language allow us a very interesting non-invasive window into the head of the person, because they tell us what they think. They tell us what they feel. And so it's very cheap. It's not harmful from the point of view of there is no radiation, as in doing a scan. And the idea is that if we actually harness this technology to do longitudinal monitoring, like I showed you earlier about the longitudinal tracking of the emotion of the mentee, it might allow us a very good way of doing early intervention, identifying certain things. And we at the Data Science Institute, we actually have quite a few mental health applications where we are helping students, we are helping high school students. I'm going backwards. Yeah, so I was talking about mental health and psychiatry. I think I'm running out of time. I just want to say that we have some of this technology that we use it on students, allowing them to connect with us, and we keep talking to them. And by analyzing what they are doing and what they are saying, we'll be able to identify some early alert, trying to provide some mentoring, for them. There's a smaller version that we have piloted in high school in BC, and there are certain things that we pick up about students having anxiety, depression in high school, maybe much more than at UBC or in a Canadian university would be bullying. And so you get some of those things pick up from the conversations. Other groups that could benefit, I was just talking about students here, and but you could totally see how this technology could be useful for people who are isolated, cancer patients who need to stay at home, seniors, and people who live in a lot more remote areas, and somehow we want to get them connected. So I have two final remarks. I noticed that there's quite a few groups from Quebec, and so a lot of the technology that we have today for doing this kind of analysis is based on English, and French is a lot behind when it comes to the tools. It is not intentional, but I think the main reason is that, as I have been saying, a lot of the developments is really, the large language models are really, sponsored, paid for by the American big tech companies, and of course they deal with English. Well, actually they deal with American, to be precise, and but it'll be interesting to see how we could take that technology and try to do that in French, or maybe in the Data Science Institute, some of our colleagues are actually interested in indigenous languages, and indigenous languages are very under-resourced, but you might think about how that technology could help indigenous languages. And then the next point, and then this is the final point, that indigenous languages, in my limited knowledge, is very oral. And a lot of the things that I said is about written text. But if you could imagine a lot of the technology could easily be done on speech. I think I read from the program that, for example, Amazon is giving a presentation. So speech technology is now so common, and the one easiest way is to take all their speech and even do an automatic transcription, and then all of a sudden you have your text. And I could totally just run it through emotion detection, and just by understanding their speech, we'll be able to understand some of the emotional, what kind of emotional state that a person is. So, even though I've been talking about text, but it totally applied to speech. So, with that, thank you for your attention. I hope this is a question. Okay. Ah, I have a question. Okay.
You showed a couple of the examples that you guys in academia are using prior to ChatGPT and Copilot being the top of.
You want me to go back to the tree?
What should we be using, and what's the best? And you guys in academia, what are you using as your metric and your go-to?
So so at the Data Science Institute, we have a lot of direct projects with the BC Ministry of Health, for example, Provincial Health Services Authority. And it's our belief that even though in the American industry, everybody is pushing for, bigger is better. Like, OpenAI, and then Google wants to be bigger, and then Meta wants to be bigger. But when it comes to specific application domain, and this is why I mentioned about the ministry, we are interested in the health domain. It is our belief that bigger is not necessarily better. And the approach that we are going to take, and in fact we have started taking measurements, is you actually want a small language model, but you tailor that to your domain. So we have totally been taken a small version of bird and bard, but for those of you who know, is we will fine tune it with British Columbia clinical documents, pathology report, radiology report, and we would make that language model a lot better for healthcare. And so I think the industry gone in a certain way, but if you represent a certain application domain, you don't necessarily want to chase after the top of the tree.
No, and because most of the people in this room are not comfortable sharing in an open sourced environment for what they're working on.
So I don't have the slide here because I'm not sure whether that will be of interest, but in our case, with British Columbia, obviously with the Ministry of Health, we obviously are not going to send anything to OpenAI. We are obviously not going to send anything to an industry, let alone an American industry. And so another benefit of having your small language model is you keep your own copy. So Llama, which is already pretty good, pretty high up that tree by Google, the small version of Llama could fit on my laptop. So I take my I download that, that version of Llama, and I put it in my laptop. It's completely secure, and privacy is a hugely important issue. So so absolutely. So we don't, a lot of what we do, we don't really need to chase after the largest one.
Okay, and my second question was the emotional context, because I'm a horrible texter. People are like, what are you trying to say? So when you're doing the language modeling, I'm making assumptions that your technology folks that give one-word answers, they answer the question. There's never emotion. The salespeople in the room, it's all emotion. So are you guys looking at age characteristics, like we all used to do the DISC modeling, right? So you know what kind of personality you are. Is there a correlation now to how we're communicating by using language tools versus how we actually are in person?
So I think the question that you're asking is that it is not so much about how much we could model emotion and making suggestions about how to conduct a more conduct a conversation that is higher EQ. So this is not what I was referring to. What I was trying to show you with my slides is just simply saying that with text and then maybe with speech, we could detect emotions. Now, with that emotions, what you want to do with it, whether you want to model with gender, model with grades of the students, and other factors, that is an additional thing. So I'm not talking about that. I'm just talking about how from the text we could extract that emotion using large language model. And I just want to show you that actually they are pretty decent. And they are misses, and I have seen many of them. But for the most part, they actually do a fairly decent job. And so yeah, I think there's another questions from some yeah.
Thank you. That's all right. So thank you for that. Couple of questions. So you're basing your analysis on text models. Is there a correlation between the speed at which the person is writing the text and when you analyze it, or is it like for example, if I'm doing like a staffing process where we ask questions on qualifications, for example, where students would have the ability to revise a text and annotate it, whatever, and edit it. Does that have a bearing on your findings? And I'll follow up with a second question after.
So for all the examples that I show you, there is no capturing of the speed and at what time does each word comes. This is just as it appears in a paragraph. Now this brings me to another point that I want to say, and which actually has that element. So I talked earlier about if you have a tape, and I'm going to do the transcription of the tape, and I'll be able to use this technology. This is true. But what I haven't said is that also doesn't mean that if I have the tape and I extract certain audio features out of that tape, it could provide additional information about what I'm analyzing. So for example, whether someone is stuttering, whether the silence, volume, for example, is hugely informative in terms of anger or quiet, right? And so, so the analogy here is that if you actually dig into the other aspects of it, I think they will add more to your analysis. But the examples that I show you does not include that. But if you actually be able to capture how fast the text is coming, I think it will add
some
things like hesitation, or when people is really excited, they type fast. I mean, I know a colleague that when he wanted to respond to an email, he could type faster than he speak because he's so angry. And so,
But that brings me to my second question, and you alluded to it at the end there. When we transpose that to speech, what are the guarantees? I guess my concern is that could be used in a vast array of different applications. I'm thinking law enforcement, or like lie detection, whatever, all those interviews and that kind of thing. And like when, other than mental health, which is the benefit of that, and then the corollary would be something other, which could have, I guess, a certain benefit to society in some respects. But I mean, it could be used for coercive means and that kind of thing. So yeah.
No, this is absolutely, this is a great point. So my intention of showing you this is to tell you that this technology is actually pretty, maybe more advanced than a lot of people think, and it could bring a lot of benefits. I am not disputing that, bad actors or people who don't know what they're doing may use it wrongly. I'm not arguing against that. That could totally happen. And so I think this is why, I've been talking to, for example, the governments about, I think we need to help people to navigate so that we get what I call, we all want to get the Goldilocks balance. You want to really balance between the benefits and the risks, because if you don't do that as government, if you don't put some help or restrictions on people, how people are going to use this technology, someone is going to use it poorly and it will be bad. So there's no question about that. So. Thank you. Oh,
so I have, yeah.
Oh, there's one more question.
No. So, the issue is though. There. So the issue or the question I have is time versus the message. So folks get a bad news or whatever, and then they say, don't respond only after 24 hours, to calm down. So how does time impact your overall emotion?
So in the analysis that we have done, we haven't incorporated that piece to it. As you see from my example, there's actually a timestamp. There's a timestamp related with turns of the conversation. The emotion detection just apply to the text itself. I think for the more nuanced analysis, such as what you're saying, and maybe he was saying that a little bit earlier too, that I think you could probably get a more precise reading of the emotion of the person if you incorporate the time as well as the content. But the tool itself right now, they don't pay attention to time. They just take the text and then they just analyze it. Okay, this is nervousness, this is anger, this is anxiety, and but we work with psychiatrists, and psychiatrists would tell you that there's a lot of things, body language. We haven't talked about body language. So I actually believe that this technology in the next few years is going to be, I talk about text, but I think this technology is going to go into multimodal, where you actually would want a video. You will have a video, you will have the text, but you also have the body language analyzed. And I think the AI tools are almost there that could actually do that. And I have been saying, I don't remember who I was talking to, and we were talking about telemedicine. And I think in the future, going back to health, I think it's great to have a lot of video consultation between the doctor, and so the doctor will want to see the patients in a video. And it will be analyzing speech, you'll be analyzing their emotions, you'll be analyzing their body language, and I think you would get a lot out of it from a patient care perspective. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much to Professor Raymond Ng, who's a professor of computer science at UBC and also the Canada Research Chair on Data Science and Analytics. He was talking about how in the world we have structured and unstructured data, and that machine learning and AI is still predominantly around structured data, and large language models feed into the AI that we use today. So he talked about UGC analytics and topic modeling, specifically what are users talking about. After that, he spoke about the need detection, the dialogue acts, the discourse coherence, and he gave us a use case where UBC has programs designed to improve rural and Indigenous admissions into health science programs within UBC. And they have a rural e-mentoring BC program. So they have a team of the Data Science for Social Good team where the mentors and the mentees talk about different discussions and topic areas such as the rural to urban transition, career exploring. And he talked about BERT topic, which is a large language model using bidirectional embeddings, or BERT. Also using this topic modeling and the rural mentor-mentee relationships, looking at what do these students actually need to succeed and what emotions are emerging for these students, and have their emotions increased or decreased, positively or negatively. He also talked about BART, which is the bidirectional and autoregressive decoder or transformers in AI. And the aim was to identify emotional states conveyed in text and mood detection versus sentiment analysis. So looking at aspects and their emotions attached. Last year, we had Frank Cree from Google present, and he was also speaking about large language models and about Indigenous languages specifically. And so you can catch his talk on YouTube about the NIITA Symposium 2023, Day 2 on YouTube. And I just found it really interesting for us to be discussing again large language models and AI and the implications that we could have moving forward. So I'd like to just call a quick 5-minute break for people to stretch and use the bathroom. And then when we come back, we have 3 presenters. First will be Telus Health, and then TeleVU Innovation, and finally Deloitte to finish our day. So please stretch your legs, mingle, and we'll be back in 5. Thank you so much.
take you on a brief journey in terms of sharing some insights into our EMR portfolio, our strategy, as well as discuss how we're at the tip of the iceberg when it comes to deploying artificial intelligence to be able to transform the way care is delivered. I want to acknowledge that I'm also here with my amazing Alberta account manager, Susie Rendawa. She is, as I refer to, as the Queen of Alberta. She's a great resource and been in the industry for a couple decades now, and pleased to be here alongside Susie. So Telus has been growing and diversifying as a global technology company with a long-standing history of evolving our business with a commitment to putting our communities as well as our customers first. We have been diversifying and growing in healthcare for well over 15 years. And I was able to join Telus in 2020 as part of the Input Health acquisition, where we brought a next-generation electronic medical record portfolio to market that put the patient in the center of their care. And we coined it the Collaborative Health Record. I'm pleased to share that that is now our next generation platform within the Telus Health business portfolio, and we look forward to laying the foundation for future innovation in healthcare with the Collaborative Health Record and beyond. I'm also very pleased to say that all the work that we have done to grow and diversify our healthcare portfolio has been powered by purpose. And as the most giving company in the world, we've been able to provide $1.7 billion in contributions and over 2.2 million hours of volunteer work since 2000. I also want to share that purpose is our true North Star at Telus Health as well as Telus. It doesn't only guide our strategy, but it also is the blueprint for how we engage with our customers and our communities. We are on a consolidated mission to truly build the most trusted well-being company in the world and contribute to building the healthiest communities and workplaces on the planet. While many organizations generally share their commitments to social good, one of the most reasons I'm truly most proud to be able to work for Telus is the fact that we put sheer resources and efforts into action to do good in our communities rather than just talking about doing good. This is a focus that we bring to every single aspect of our business. And in building healthier communities, we've expanded our Connecting for Good programs to help over 3 million Canadians in need. We've been able to improve the quality and safety and sustainability of our food through our agricultural business by leveraging technology and innovation. We have committed to being able to be leveraging 100% of renewable energy by 2025. That's next year. And becoming carbon neutral by 2030. These are audacious goals that have sound impacts on the way that we live and work. And specific to today's talk, we've invested over $4 billion into healthcare, becoming Canada's largest health IT organization. Whoops. As Canada's largest health IT organization, we are truly committed to revolutionizing healthcare. We're constantly working to improve the healthcare experience through optimizing the patient and provider connectivity and improving access to care for those that need it most. A little bit of a look at some of the impact, whereby we connect over 100,000 clinical and allied health professionals to our technology stack across the Canadian healthcare landscape, whereby we formulate over 610 million digital health transactions, support over 12.6 million individuals on our pension and benefits plans, generate over 6.3 million virtual interactions a year with our patients, and we cover over 75.1 million lives across 160 countries. These are all stats that I personally am exceptionally proud of and that we can all look towards bolstering in the future. I also want to share that the reason I got into healthcare was to improve access to care to those that need it most. And at TELUS, we truly believe that everyone should have access to care, no matter where they live, no matter what their socioeconomic status is. And our Health for Good initiatives are core pillars that allow us to be able to deliver care to those that need it most. We have mobile health clinics, we have MyCare services delivering mental health care, and we have low-cost medical alert services that are all core pillars to improving access to care and resources to those that need it most. When we look for our mobile health clinics, we have about 27 communities that are supported through our mobile health business. We've consulted over 250,000 patient interactions. We've invested $13 million into these programs through 2026, and they're significantly impacting the lives of those that need it most. As you can see on the quote on the screen, it shares that every single time that someone's in one of those vans, they're in desperate need of help. And these are the types of things that we're very passionate about continuing our contribution to and working closely with your communities to be able to enable. This is an example of what it looks like for a mobile health clinic be serving an individual. And we've also been able to deploy hybrid care models within these mobile clinics. This is a mobile health van in the, oops, sorry. This is a mobile health van in the lower downtown east side of Vancouver. Our Keelalelum mobile health clinic is a hybrid care model that delivers both primary health care as well as Indigenous cultural services to make sure that those that require the care are getting the care that they need where they are. Our free virtual mental health counseling has partnered with organizations supporting lower socioeconomic status individuals in delivering a virtual mental health service to those in their homes and or in community centers like the YMCA, Dress for Success Vancouver, or Mamas for Mamas. And our medical alert programs also provide low-cost alternatives to 24/7 emergency support services to adults in need. I'm also very proud of our Indigenous reconciliation commitments and our now 5th action plan and report, whereby our actual 5th annual plan includes AI as one of the founding pillars. Specific to our reconciliation commitment, I'm proud to say that we support 116 Indigenous communities to date through Pure Fiber. We support 3,500 Indigenous women in BC, Alberta, Ontario, and Quebec through our Mobility for Good program, providing them mobile devices because we understand that women at risk are in need to be connected to the community. 5% of all of our TELUS Care activities go towards our reconciliation activities and support for Indigenous community organizations annually. We've also invested $6 million into our Indigenous business through our Pollinator Fund, whereby we look for innovative groups within the Indigenous space and fund their projects to be able to support the development of new technology and innovation in the healthcare system. We've also dispersed over $780,000 to Indigenous-led funds through our Communities Fund. Now, specific to the reason I came today was really to talk a little bit further on our EMR portfolio. And something that ties everything I just discussed together is the back end. It's the most valuable player, it's the EMR. Our MyCare services, our virtual care services, our healthcare services, our mobile clinic services, they're all powered by one consolidated health record system in the back end. It's a solution that allows them to meet patients where they are and allows it to adapt with the changing circumstances of the healthcare environment to be able to allow them to deliver the best care possible. It's also one of the reasons why TELUS entered into the healthcare space, and that's because Darren Entwistle's father was given a mismatch allergy profile in the health record in his hospital stay. So this is near and dear to our hearts, and very pleased to say that since our inception as TELUS Health in 2008, we've become a leading provider of electronic medical records. We now have 1 in 2 family physicians using a TELUS EMR, and we have 1 in 3 clinicians across the entire landscape in Canada using a TELUS EMR. In terms of our, oops, sorry guys, I'm clicking on my screen here, but I have to double click, so I apologize about that. In terms of our EMR strategy, we truly want to reimagine the form and function of the electronic medical record. We want to help enable the best personalized data-driven care to all people anywhere. And we want to start by making sure that we can secure our current EMR base, by making sure that we're supporting our valued clients on their current solutions, supporting cloud migration, supporting legislative enhancements, and continually improving the support experience across our EMR deployments. We also believe in a future where data can prevent serious illness, integrate care, and also save the healthcare system significant funds. So we're working very closely with our provincial partners, as well as our major EMR deployments, to be able to leverage next-generation standards-based messaging tools to be able to liberate that data and able to bring that mission to life. And we also want to continue on one of our foundational elements as part of our DNA to continually evolve our product set. And we look to bring to market the most innovative solutions on what we refer to as the collaborative health record. We really get to do this because the collaborative health record is a modern tech stack. It's got meaningful patient engagement tools built in from the ground up. It has the opportunity to truly reduce administrative burden, and it has the opportunity to be AI-driven as well. When we look at how the collaborative health record is reimagining the EMR, I'd like to refer to it as a paradigm shift away from the typical EMR. The typical EMR is designed as a system of record. It takes what you did on paper, replicates it in the digital space. However, the collaborative health record is more of a system of engagement. It puts the patient in the center of care. It provides the tools for collaboration across the continuum of care. And it provides a true end-to-end, all-in-one solution for you to be able to deliver care no matter where. When deployed, we also look to automate as much as possible. So the opportunity for you to book an appointment, send a notification out to a patient, letting them know their appointment's coming up, for them to fill out information, have that information be readily available at the fingertips of their provider, have that information pre-populate the SOAP note, and also trigger any follow-up activities associated with that is a real paradigm that we have today. The opportunity to also deploy it in a truly virtual sense is also something that we're very proud of. So not only is it a truly web-based, nothing to download, nothing to install, you can have it available to you wherever you are in the community, but also the tools of virtual care built into the solution from the ground up and not tacked on as a third-party solution, adding vendor overload. And most importantly as well is a truly data-centric platform, something that gives you an opportunity to build out a rich, customizable data profile specific to the needs of your deployment, and that can flow from the patient into the health record across all aspects of the health record and be amalgamated on a per-patient basis or a population health basis, and then also be exposed to the healthcare system for them to be able to leverage. So when we look at the collaborative health record and the traditional EMR deployments that we see in our communities today, most EMRs started out with charting and billing solutions. But the collaborative health record gives you not only charting and billing, but it meets you where you are and pivots according to the adapting and changing circumstances of today's healthcare landscape, and it gives you a true end-to-end platform. So the opportunity for online booking, the opportunity for video visits, the opportunity for intake assessments and outcome measurements and business intelligence tools, all in one place. And further, it allows you to be able to adapt to all the changing circumstances that we're seeing in the healthcare ecosystem. It's paired with a mobile application for providers for them to be able to deliver care on the go, whether that's a community paramedic visiting someone in their home, whether it's a nurse at a nursing station taking a picture of someone's wound and having that upload seamlessly into the EMR. And it also comes with a mobile application for patients to be able to access care on their own, whether it's someone going through a mental health crisis or someone that doesn't want to present into the care facility because they don't have transportation or they're locked in due to weather. These are tools that are fully integrated and connected to the system to allow improved access to happen by default. So in summary, the next generation of our EMR portfolio is truly modern. It's agile. It comes with two-week development development sprints, providing an opportunity for us to take the feedback from the community and build it into our application on an iterative basis. It's designed to be interoperable. It's standards-based. It provides open application programming interface to be able to allow communities to build on top of the CHR and connect their tools and business processes to the collaborative health record rather than being a closed system. It gives the natively built and integrated patient engagement tools to the teams at their forefront of what they do. And it also is there to support care providers through their journey. I also want to say that when we deploy the collaborative health record in our EMR portfolio, it's not we're not your average tech company when it comes to doing so. We care, first and foremost. We're also empowered by our Telus Health digital health ecosystem. And we also have clinical and system leadership expertise across our team, truly wearing their hearts on their sleeves in terms of every deployment that we do. And this leads to a shared vision of improved healthcare experiences and health outcomes. It allows patients to play an active role in managing their health, and allows seamless flow of health information to happen through a modern digital tool set. And first and foremost, it also provides efficiency for care providers to deliver care, reducing burnout, improving the quality of care being delivered. Pleased to say that we've worked with world-leading health institutions across the entire continuum of care to deploy our EMR and health records portfolios. And we've also worked with leading Indigenous health teams across the continuum of care to be able to deploy our EMR portfolio, of which we're exceptionally proud of. And it's thanks to groups like this group today that have allowed us to be able to expand on that footprint. Finally, I also want to share specific to the EMR, high-quality data is very important. We all know that garbage in equals garbage out. And the opportunity for you to be able to mine your data is very important. It's not atypical for me to see someone spending 3 weeks on spreadsheets to be able to figure out how many appointments they did in 1 month. For us, it's 2 seconds and a refresh, and you have a dashboard available to you. So every single data field, table, and action is available to you in our collaborative health record, and we've got partnership with Google supporting our business intelligence tool set. We also have opportunities to expose this data in very meaningful ways, leveraging APIs and other standards-based methodologies to fuel the healthcare ecosystem and their data continuum. This is just a quote from one of our large physical medicine and orthopedic surgical sites that has transitioned to the CHR close to a decade ago. But they went from another leading EMR to the CHR and took a bet on us. But they were able to reduce wait times for the province for surgical procedures by 30% as a result of doing this. And in doing so as well, they also showed that it doesn't allow them to only improve their wait times. It allows them to run their business with maximum efficiency, and it also allowed them to include the patients in the care journey. And when you have an engaged patient, you have a much more positive outcome at your horizon. I now want to pivot a little bit and talk about artificial intelligence. And we all know that this is a very hot topic in today's day and age, and we're very interested and proud of the work that we're currently doing in AI, but we also want to recognize that it's just the tip of the iceberg. At Telus, we have built out a governing structure around how we are going to unlock the potential for artificial intelligence. And we want to do so in a very clinically meaningful way. We want to do it responsibly, and we want to enable the best personalized data-driven care to all. We've built a series of guiding principles, partners, dedicated teams, and we're actively working on multiple different plays in artificial intelligence to first and foremost drive efficiency in the utilization of medical records for providers, reduce burnout, as well as improve the healthcare delivery mechanisms for patients. In terms of our collaborative health record, we've innately built AI-powered workflows into the solution, starting with the inbox. where a lot of the work and administrative burden lies. We've been able to deploy smart automation tool sets leveraging OCR, AI, and ML algorithms in there to be able to take static files, read them, and drive significant time savings into the mix. And this is really just the tip. We also drink our own Kool-Aid. So I'm going to share a little bit of a smart automation pilot that we've done with one of our teams at MyCare. For anyone that doesn't know MyCare, this is a large virtual care wing of our business, whereby their entire mission is to help improve access to care for Canadians that need it most, partner with governments and other organizations to be able to allow people that are unattached to be able to see a doctor and even attach them if they don't have one. The problem statement that they had was the fact that when triaging inbound faxes, lab results, any static documentation that comes into the inbox, this takes a lot of time. It takes about 32 seconds per file that comes into the inbox for these individuals. Now, if you have 125,000 files per year, that's quite a lot of time. So we deployed our AI solution that can scan the incoming faxes, identify which patients are for, it can match patients, it can create patients, and it can also streamline other downstream effects as well. The proposed benefits were, how do we save some clinical operations time? In terms of our pilot results, what we did was we were able to run a production deployment over 3 weeks. We used 19 clinical operations folks to be able to focus on what they were doing in the inbox, and we deployed our smart automation tool set. We ran this across Alberta and British Columbia, and we were pleased to say that the feature worked for 90% of all the documentation in the inbox. And while it originally took 32 seconds to be able to process a document in the inbox, the results were astounding, whereby I took that 32 seconds and dropped it by 96% and was able to show a 1.2 second per document time frame. This is huge. We're not trying to replace the clinical operations team, but we're trying to take that time, that 96% of time, and allow them to take better care of the patients and allow them to take better care of the clinic and the providers. So how can we augment people's time to deliver more meaningful work in the clinic as opposed to processing documents? This showed a time savings of about 1.5 to 2 FTE with this feature set. I also want to share that AI scribes are a very hot topic in my discipline right now. It's one of the most readily available, meaningful ways for a clinician to be able to save time doing paperwork. So this is from a study led by Ontario MD with eHealth Centre of Excellence and a variety of other very valid partners as well. They looked at the family doctors and nurse practitioners and were able to identify that they're spending about 19 hours per week on administrative tasks, including 4 hours of clinical documentation. So they ran AI scribes in the office, and for those that don't know what an AI scribe is, basically what you do is turn your microphone on, you let the scribe listen to the conversation between the doctor and the patient. It consumes that conversation, documents in the format that you wish, and suggests next steps. And we've formally integrated this into our EMR portfolios. So really with one click you say push it to the EMR, and it saves the clinical documentation time. We see a lot of clinicians spending an extra 2 hours per night, buttoning up their clinical documentation. And the study over here showed that 70 to 80% less time was spent on paperwork by deploying AI scribes in practice. This is 3 to 4 hours less of clinical documentation per week for a provider. 83% of participants stipulated that they would use AI scribe in practice. 82% of participants said that they recommend AI scribes to their colleagues. 79% said that they were able to spend more time with their patients. We also saw 76% of patients say their cognitive overload was significantly decreased. So we're able to give providers a much more meaningful interaction with the patient. We're able to reduce their cognitive overload. We're going to be able to improve the care that they deliver. These are things that are a no-brainer for us to be able to support and deploy in our EMR portfolio. I also just want to share that this is the tip of the iceberg. When we deployed our smart automation tool set in production with a series of our clients, one of the larger sites came back to me and said, Mark, I've got 100% satisfaction from our first AI-enabled workflows in the CHR, and they cannot wait for what's about to come. And really, this is just the tip of the iceberg. From the deployment of smart automation, we have an opportunity to now move into Gen AI clinical document writing, workflow automation, referral triage, as well as a series of other opportunities that rely on predictive analytics, personalized care plans, and this is once again just the beginning. So I'm very bullish on what the future has to share, specific to artificial intelligence and the EMR landscape and digital health, and very proud to be part of an organization that is helping shepherd the way forward. So in summary, we're revolutionizing healthcare, we're improving access to care, we're improving the healthcare experience, and we're all doing this that's with purpose. And it's truly powered by purpose. And that's one of the best things that I get to say when I go to work and slave away at the desk. Understanding that what I'm doing is making a difference. So with that being said, I just want to thank you all for listening to me talk for the last half an hour. Happy to take any questions that you may have and work with you to be able to revolutionize the care that you deliver and improve the health and well-being of your communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Mark from Telus Health. I didn't know that Telus had a health division. I feel like my mind has been a little bit blown. I'm wondering where you've been my whole life. I thought I was just going to buy a cell phone from Telus. So I found it really fascinating to listen to your talk. You mentioned that Telus has invested over $4 billion into healthcare innovations as Canada's largest health IT organization, that Telus Health is going to be 100% renewable by 2025 and carbon neutral by 2030. You talked about some of your initiatives, such as your mobile health clinics. You've delivered those to 27 communities in Canada that you've been able to support. 36% of those patients would not have access to healthcare otherwise. You also briefly showed us a picture of Hilala Laylam Mobile Health Clinic in Vancouver, and you talked about the ability for free virtual mental health counseling, as well as low-cost access to 24/7 elder supports. CHR stands for Collaborative Health Record, and you talked about the mobile application for both providers and patients. Ultimately, the vision is increasing efficiency for healthcare providers, and you also spoke about AI being integrated to reduce the admin burden on healthcare providers. I also found it really interesting how you talked about how you're speeding up the data analysis of eFax from 32 seconds to 1.2 seconds, which is very significant if you have a number of client data mechanisms that you have to go through. And you talked about the importance of AI scribes, which helped healthcare professionals decrease 70-90% less time spent on the paperwork for the family doctors in Ontario, as an example. So again, I find it very fascinating, and I will be learning more about Telus Health in the next couple of weeks. Up next, our next presentation is TeleVU Innovation by Ryan Dilarami. Ryan is a seasoned expert in medical technology, recognized for his contributions to both high-profile medical conferences and local seminars. As a scientist and technology development expert with years of experience spanning clinical, technical, and management roles, Ryan possesses a deep understanding of how technology seamlessly integrates into clinical practice. He is also acutely aware of the challenges faced by patients, clinicians, and healthcare administrators during technology implementation. Ryan's unique blend of experience has enabled him to develop a technology ecosystem to address significant healthcare bottlenecks in Canada with applicability on a global scale. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Oh, the clicker. All right. Thank you. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Ryan Delrami, and I'm pleased to be here, and thank you for inviting me. I'm from Toronto, city of Concord, and which is part of the treaty and land of Mississaugas of the Credit. And what I'm going to talk to you about is enhancing access to quality care, and the term being quality, using telepresence and virtual work. And this is enhanced with AI and AR. Now, what is telepresence? We've heard telemedicine, telehealth, and it's pretty much video conferencing, things like Teams, Zooms, and the likes of it. What telepresence brings, which is what we're trying to do, is replicate the in-presence experience, as if you're in the room with the person delivering care, which brings on hands-on care. So it's not just talking to your doctor, refilling your prescription. It's much more than that, doing surgery, doing wound care, doing EMS services, things like that. So that, with that context, I'm going to start with a couple of slides. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge that, okay, if this goes forward, that we're committed as a digital health company to provide technology that brings equity and access to care. And again, quality care, not just care. And as such, we've developed the technology. We're also here to collaborate and learn from the Indigenous communities to their challenges and how we can improve on that, and how we can provide a meaningful technology that is culturally sensitive and in line with the traditions and the needs and their values. Our guiding principles. We are guided by the aims of healthcare. So what we do is we look at this and we say, how do we improve outcomes? How do we bring health equity? How do we improve patient and providers' experience? How do we save costs? How do we bring efficiencies to the healthcare practice? So that's how we sort of look at developing our technology with these guidelines in mind. The why is obvious. Why do we have to do this? So if you think of the complex medical cares that people receive, you need an expert. In Canada, 97% of specialists reside in 15 communities or 15 municipalities, and only 3% serve the rest. So there's a disparity between where you can get expert advice. And it's not just Canada, everywhere in the world, it's the same thing. So to deliver those in rural communities and remote areas, basically you don't have the expertise. You might have people that are delivering some level of care, but not to the level that you want. So as a result of that, what happens is patients have to leave their communities and go receive care somewhere else. What does that bring? You go with unfamiliar care providers, the people and the faces that you don't know, and there's implications of that. Work restrictions. You have to take time of work. You have to make arrangements for the family when you're gone. There's emotional implications, and also cost of travel, which we're all too familiar with that. So how do we sort of address this as a technology company? Our solution is a cloud-based solution. And the way we've designed it is with the patients and the community in mind. So this is not about the clinicians, this is not about the physicians, this is about the patients. How do we deliver the best care possible to patients? Obviously, you'll need community care. So when you're sort of looking for services, there are many things that can be done in your own community, and you don't have to leave the community, which is going to be great, and we'll talk about that. Sometimes you have to go to a hospital for specialty care. And those hospitals do not have the mechanism to communicate with each other. Even today, we look at physicians and care providers. They use their personal phone, they FaceTime each other, they WhatsApp each other, and they send photos on their personal phone, We violate every privacy rule that we're scrutinized about by doing so. So how do we make this meaningful for the clinicians to have a platform to communicate with each other? First responders, they play a critical role in patient care, in the patient journey, because as they're transferring the patient, you can deliver life-saving treatment. And often that's not possible because what they're trying to do is communicate through phone. I just came back from a conference, EMS conference last week, and talking to most of these chiefs, that's how they explain the situation. The paramedic is on the phone telling the other person on the other call what they see, and it's hard to convey that message. A whole bunch of sort of peer-to-peer consultations. You get second opinions. When your specialist talks to another specialist, have you seen this case before? Things like that. And again, these have to be meaningful conversations beyond a phone call. With the advent of technology, there's a lot of remote imaging going on. Simple things like early birth defects can be detected with a simple ultrasound. But the technology is now there. Who could do it? That's a different story. You need some expertise, and this technology can be provided. A lot of services are delivered at home. Patients receive all sorts of different care at home, and that's critical as well. And most importantly, what happens when the patient leaves the care environment, when they go home? How do we monitor them? How do we track them? How do we keep in touch with them? We can't have people sitting on a phone talking to patients on the phone and asking them, and that's not possible. You need a full-time person to talk to 25, 30 patients a day, and that's not feasible, especially in today's world where everybody has low resources. So this, as a whole, is how we approach the delivery of care. It's a system-wide solution, not a point solution. Everybody is tired of having 10 different things to log in and 12 different things to learn. This is the approach that we take. Now, how do we do it in sort of practical terms? Obviously, we have to provide the tools that the clinicians need. What's the first thing you need to do when you have virtual care? You need to see what the clinician is seeing. And for that, we have a whole suite of devices. We're not a device manufacturer, we're a software company. We use off-the-shelf devices that are easy to replace, easy to upgrade, and low cost. So it doesn't have to be very expensive. We don't sell you a $100,000 robot or a $50,000 telemedicine cart that comes with bells and whistles, and as soon as one piece breaks, you have to throw it out. It's all modular, it's all replaceable. Then we build around that clinical workflows. So if you think of I'll give you an example. If you're in a surgical room, your needs are quite different from somebody in back of the ambulance or somebody sitting behind a microscope as a pathologist. We have clinical workflows for each of these different specialties, so it makes their life easier. Clinical collaboration tools. What is this platform if you can't collaborate with each other? You have to have meaningful collaboration tools built into the platform, so you don't have to use your phone. You don't have to get on WhatsApp. You don't have to use FaceTime, all that good stuff. Making tools available for triaging patients, notifying the physician most responsible. So you don't want to pick up the call, you want to press a button and page them. And this is all possible through this platform. But if you're dealing with patients, having a visual feed is not enough. You need to look at medical devices, perhaps patient monitors, ventilators, anesthesiology machines, you name it, all these different tools that clinicians use in their environment. So how do we manage those? We bring those feed in directly to the call, and I'll show you in a second. Same thing with medical imaging devices. A lot of our procedures involve endoscopy, fluoroscopy, x-rays, all sorts of different procedures, ultrasound, and we bring all that into the call. So again, make it as immersive as possible. EMR integration, on top of everybody's mind, and the first conversation you usually have is, do you integrate with EMR? To that extent, we went and redesigned our back end to be FHIR compatible, meaning that if you want our data, you can pull it however you like into your system with ease. And this is all done with our partners, Smile Digital Health, and they have a server called Happy FHIR, and we've used that to build that backend for our platform. And then we heard about mobile clinics. So we've put together a number of devices to act as a digital front door. And we'll talk about some of the Indigenous communities in Northwest Ontario who are using this technology. And this is acting as their digital front door. So we've basically given you the tools that you need to have a full-blown clinic. You can remotely examine the patient, listen to the patient's heart, look into the patient's ear, check their skin, look at their sort of vital signs. All that thing is built into this tiny little machine. And best of all, it costs you next to none. And then when the patient goes home, similarly, a suite of devices that they can use for different sort of purposes. In some cases, you don't even need a device. You can just use the application for that. A lot of times, patient-reported outcomes are the most valuable piece of information. So you want to know how the patient feels. That is provided. Or using different devices and different sort of tools to do that. And on top of all this sits our AI engine, which does a whole bunch of sort of analytics and machine learning and large language models, which is outside this sort of scope of this talk, but those are all sort of interrelated. So you can see how TeleVU as a cloud solution sits in the middle to interconnect all these pieces in an interoperable manner, so which is basically very efficient and very useful. And I'll give you some examples of that. And best of all, we meet all the security and privacy requirements that are globally required. Now, in this example, I'm going to show you how Northwest Ontario's regional wound care program uses TeleVU. So if you look at virtual health or virtual care, like I said, initially people think about virtual care as a video call, which is not, and I'll show you why. We have the frontline user, basically the person, the clinician with the patient. We have obviously the patient and the remote expert. So what do we give to the frontline user? We allow the frontline user to have access to a number of different tools. It could be handheld devices. It could be wearable devices, such as smart glasses. It could be medical devices and monitors and imaging devices. It could be all sorts of cameras, and again, hardware agnostic, and then digital workflows. So these are the tools available to the frontline user. And then the remote expert can sort of dial in, if you will, into the platform and look at all these feeds collectively or individually, depending on the use case. So now they have the full picture of what's going on, not just the narration of it. And then the patients, as required, they can provide their input, either through the devices they have and sensors that they have, or simply through messaging. And this kind of completes the picture. Now, they've built a digital sort of a model, which is a hub and spoke model. At the center sits their regional wound care program, which in this case is Thunder Bay Regional Hospital and St. Joseph Care Group. And they obviously have all the experts they need. They have vascular surgeons, they have plastic surgeons, they have NSWAC nurses, and all the other specialties required to manage that wound care program. By the way, Northwest Ontario is one of the highest, has the highest rate of amputation globally, not just in Ontario. Diabetic ulcers are pretty complex to deal with, and usually when they were dealt with, they had to be transferred to the hospital, which is the regional hospital, and we'll get to that in a second. Now with this, they have the nurse or a physician or a nurse practitioner, whoever's in the community has access to TeleVU technology or the TeleVU tools, and they can now connect to that expert in real time. Initially, during the first phase of the sort of project, it was on demand. So whenever they needed an expert, they were available. Somebody was on call, somebody's available. Now it's all scheduled. Now, as a result, you could discharge the patient, which often that's the case. So the patient does not have to leave the community to receive care. They receive advanced care in their community. Sometimes you need to just monitor them for a little while. You put them on a virtual ward at-home monitoring program. We specifically designed one for wound care. Or they might need to go back to the hospital, which is in some cases required. They might need surgery, they might need other sort of interventions that can only be delivered in a hospital. And you can now replicate this to many different communities. Initially there was 4 communities, now there's 12, and the plan is to go to 50 communities in Ontario and cover all communities by this model. Now, we started with wound care, but it doesn't end there, and we'll talk about that as well. Now, a key piece of hardware that we use, and I just want to highlight that, is the smart glasses. And this is the wearable piece that we use. So if you look at the smart glasses, basically you wear them like glasses, as the name suggests. It has a camera in the front, which is pointing to where the eyes are looking at. So that's a point of vision feed that is critical in this kind of hands-on procedures. It has a display inside it that when you look at it as a heads-up display, seems like a 7-inch tablet. It's like you have a tablet in your hand, you have a camera on the other hand, and then it's got built-in audio. So speaker and a noise canceling microphone. So that's the only device you need to communicate. You don't need a phone. So even if you had somebody else to hold the phone for you, that becomes a two-man job, which is not really feasible these days. And as the clinician wears that, this is how it looks like. It has various different types of mounts, and you could look at what the patient is doing or what the procedures what procedure is being performed. And this is kind of what it looks like on the heads-up display. You can see the different images, and on top of that, using our software, you could provide augmented reality interactions, which we'll get to that in a second. So essentially, somebody puts the glasses on the other side of the line, whoever that is, wherever they are, doesn't matter if they're in Toronto or if they're on the other side of the globe, they can see what that person is looking at and provide interactive guidance. So you don't have to say a little bit to the left, a little bit to the right. You literally show them, put the catheter over here, cut over here, superimpose the image of the dressing so they can replicate what you're doing. So all these different tools that we've built for this purpose. Now, I'll give you a little taste of what it looks like from a clinician's perspective. One, the glasses. When you put it on, like I said, you get a point of vision feed. This is an ultrasound sort of being performed. This is great for hands-on procedures. This is being used in surgical procedures, interventional procedures, for wound care, again, for intubation of the patient in the ER. Doesn't matter. If you're hands-on in a procedure, that's the right tool for you. But that's not enough, because if you look at the patient, let's say in wound care, you want to see the other leg. A lot of technologies exist that take photos of the wound and analyzes it using AI, but that's not sufficient. What about the color of the other leg? What about the swelling of the other leg? You're missing all those pieces of information, yet you're making a diagnostic decision. That's not enough. So how do we show that? We give you CamView, which is a camera installed anywhere you want. It's flexible. It has a mount. You can put it wherever you want. And best of all, you control it from within TeleVU. You can rotate it. You can zoom in. You can pan. You can tilt. You can do all sorts of things with it. So now you got a secondary feed. In the case of ultrasound, which this image is showing, position of the patient is important. So if you're doing an echocardiography, if the patient is not tilted enough, you're not going to get a good image. So the person guiding you cannot know that unless they see the patient. So this is kind of the other part. Now, you're looking at this technologist looking at the camera, at the screen in front of them, the ultrasound. Sometimes you have to describe that, which is not enough. What do? We bring that feed in to the remote expert directly in high definition. It's not through the eyes of the glasses or through another camera. It's direct feed from the ultrasound device. And not only that, the remote expert can interact with that screen. They can draw on that screen, and the person in front of the patient can see that. They can point to that and say, hey, move the probe over here, or put the catheter over here, whatever the case may be. So it makes it that much more interactive. And best of all, within the call, you have the digital workflows. Sometimes people just need reminders of the steps they need to take, whether it's wound care, whether it's implantable cardiac monitors. All these things have different steps that you have to take, and these tools are provided. So as you can see, it's much more than just having a video call, which is insufficient and leads to lots of errors. I'll give you a few examples. So this is an ER setting. So the patient is being intubated. So from the point of view of the smart glasses, you can see the quality of the glass. It's really excellent. The tip of that catheter has a camera. It's called the glidoscope. You can see it on the top left. And then you can see the view from the room as where the nurse is, where the crash guard is, where everybody is. So imagine now you're an intensivist in a remote area. You can now see what's going on in the environment. Now you can guide the person really in a meaningful way, not just saying, okay, tell me what where's the nurse or where's the crash guard? You have all that information to you. In the back of an ambulance, similarly, you can see the paramedic wearing the glasses, so you know exactly what they're doing with their hands. You can see the vital sign machine inside the ambulance. You can see that they're doing the ultrasound. You can see the feed, and you can also see what's going on in the cabin as they're transferring the patient. Or you can have one inside the driver's seat for accidents or looking at the road conditions and things like that. We don't limit what you could do with it. It's really pretty flexible. In the OR setting, exactly the same concept. The surgeon's view, the patient's bed, and the instrument table, which is very important, the vital sign devices, the x-ray, and again, this is all interactive. You can point to any of these screens, draw on it, superimpose images, have object recognition tools and things like that. And then in an outpatient clinic, this is a wound care clinic, we can bring in advanced tools such as thermal imaging, or blue excitation light for visualization of bacterial burden. So all these different tools that have been integrated with this technology. So again, not just a video call. Now, sometimes you don't need to get on a call with your colleague or with your mentor or with your teammate. You could just simply send them information. As I alluded to earlier, like people are using their personal phone, texting each other with medical records or patient x-rays with all that information. Why not do it in a secure fashion? Why not do it where you can actually retrieve the data? All this information that we feed to our platforms, personal devices, they're not retrievable. If you go on WhatsApp, how can you retrieve that information? Whereas if you sit in a platform that is secure, this is AI ready, it's centralized, everybody has access to it. From a compliance perspective, you have track record of the communication, who talked to who gave the order, all that good stuff, which vanishes in thin air when you're not using a platform like this. So essentially, if you look at a TeleVU from a technology perspective, we got the telepresence platform, which we shared with you. We got the virtual ward platform, which I didn't talk a whole lot about, but this is considered a series of devices that the patients take home, and this completes the circle. Whether you're in a clinical setting or in a home setting, you have access to ultimate care using these tools and using the data that you have to analyze it later and provide more insights. Now let's look at some of the results. So the regional wound care program that I mentioned, Northwest Ontario, they started using TeleVU and they had expectations. So one of the things they were looking at, and they had metrics and they looked at it, one was wound size reduction. So obviously that's a metric of wound improvement. They were hoping to achieve 30%. With TeleVU, they got 56% on average. In fact, 75% of all wounds were reduced in size across all patients. One of the other things they were looking at is compliance and adherence to dressing choices, so formulary choices. And this has cost implications as well. They were hoping to get 75%. And by the way, 75% is the standard average. So if you're in a Toronto hospital with the highest standard, you're hoping to get 75%. They achieved 86%. Next one, which is to me the most important one, reducing wait time to receive treatment. Typically in that region, if the patient had a complex wound, it took them 11 days to go through the intake process and see a specialist in Thunder Bay. Now, imagine if you're a patient with a diabetic ulcer and you're just developing an infection and you have to wait 11 days. By the time you get to the hospital, they have to cut your leg off, and simple as that. You lose your limb. So that 10 extra days means something. This was dropped down to 1.67 days using TeleVU. Basically same day. The only reason it's a little bit more than a day is because of specialist availability. One of the things I want to kind of side and plug in is that virtual care is important when you have dedicated staff. Now, we can't expect hospitals to bring in digital technology into the physical world and expect to work the same. Physicians and nurses are all busy doing their daily job, so you can't have them on standby to attend sort of virtual care. So that was the important piece there. This is also very significant. Travel time for patients. Patients saved on average almost 1,300 kilometers per quarter. That's almost 5,000 kilometers a year of travel paid by Northern Travel Grants. So this is direct cost saving through this sort of technology. And let's put this cost aside. Imagine the patient's convenience, not having to travel, because you saw all the issues with traveling. You'll have to arrange time off work, arrange for family affairs and whatnot. And then, this was a great one for me as well. They saved a limb. This was a patient that, otherwise, if they hadn't referred the patient in a timely manner, it would have resulted in an amputation. And they were able to achieve that with this technology because it's instantaneous sort of consultation. And they were looking for a positive ROI, and guess what? They got one. So by all means, this was a very successful sort of proof of success. I don't like to call it proof of concept because we've proven that over and over again. We're in 14 African countries using it for surgical training programs. 6 Asian countries similarly. We have it for telepathology, all sorts of different tools. And as a result of this pilot, inside those communities, other use cases came about. There was a patient with chemical burn who was treated in the community without having to leave the community. Again, a significant sort of improvement over what they were currently doing. Telepathology. Lake of the Woods is now connected to Toronto General Hospital through the same technology. So you don't need to buy another sort of tool. It's all built into the same platform. And when they're doing their grossing, they're doing it with live pathology assistant on the call. And then lastly, community paramedicine. In Kenora, they're using this technology so when they go to patient's home, the paramedic can connect to the regional program. So benefits realized. Let's look at some of the benefits that was realized as part of using TeleVU. Improve outcomes. You saw the wound care reduction, not having to amputate the patient. Access to timely, again, I emphasized quality care. Access to care is one thing, access to quality care is another. Reducing costs, reducing travel both for the patient and the provider. Because guess what? Before this technology, the providers had to go to those communities. So if they had an advanced sort of wound care patient and the patient couldn't be transferred, they had to send a physician or a nurse to the community. Increased compliance, as you saw. Increased providers' confidence. Providers are actually much more confident doing it, and they were learning on the job. So once you do a couple of these advanced sort of procedures, the next time you might not need as much help, and you could do it independently. So that builds also capacity in that sense. Clinicians' workload and access to relevant data. Again, going back to data, if you don't have the right point of access for the data, what's the use of it? You can have all the data in the world. If you can't access it, then it's no good to you. And you can see everything that I showed you here, it goes back to what we focused on to build this technology. We focused on all these things, and we delivered on it. And we're hoping to sort of bring this more and more to the front line for the users and for the clinicians. With that, I thank you for your attention, and if there are any questions, I'm happy to answer. No, it's only the software. So we're a software company, as I mentioned. The hardware, we keep it agnostic. We could use any off-the-shelf hardware, and that's the beauty of it. So again, as I said, it keeps the cost low, and it keeps it easy to replace and access, really.
So the glasses that you demonstrated are not your product?
No.
Okay.
And you could have and there are multiple companies making smart glasses, and you could use any of those as long as we test and approve it, obviously, but there are limitations on some of the hardware on the market, which doesn't make it a good fit for healthcare.
Okay.
A lot of these devices are designed for industrial use, so we kind of pick and choose the ones that are right fit for the use cases in healthcare.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, we have it in French, Chinese, Arabic, Spanish, and Portuguese. But the way we've designed the platform, again, back to simplicity and scalability, If you want it in any other language, we'll send you a simple file. You translate that file, send it back to us, and guess what? The language is added to the platform. So it's not a very complex procedure for us. We made it very simple.
So, okay. Follow-up question. This might sound weird, but I'm currently in a working group with the Canadian Space Agency on health in space. Is that something that could be applicable there?
Yeah, that's a great question. We've actually worked with UCSF, and one of our devices might actually go to a space station. The problem with that is the communication when you're actually outer space, it takes about 20 minutes for that message to get back to you. But what they're using it for is they're doing some sort of lab testing there. So the person doing it, they used to have a camera up top when, as the person was doing it, their head would block it and all that good stuff. So the videos that came back after 20 minutes or so was not useful. So with this, at least it's point of vision feed, and the software allows them to manipulate it a little bit sort of easier than any other platform. Thank you. My pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi. Thank you very much to our presenter, Ryan, from TeleVU Innovation. So he spoke about a number of things, such as video connectivity enhanced by AR and AI, it being wearable, handheld, mounted. He talked about a variety of clinic areas, the clinical team collaboration, the ability that teams need to triage, alert, and notify, medical device connectivity, and imaging connectivity, EMR integration, mobile clinics, virtual wards, analytics and decision support, and looping all of these things in together into one software platform called TeleVU. And so TeleVU combines all of these things together to deliver virtual care. TeleVU seamlessly integrates handheld devices, wearables, and other Internet of Things devices, and they combine the power of connectivity, intelligent algorithms, real-time knowledge, and data sharing to enhance patient care and transform the healthcare experience using AR and AI. And so they have specific tools to do this, such as Cam View, Screen View, Glass View, and Flow View. And it reminded me of the presentation that we had last year about the Virtual Health Hub in Whitecap, Dakota First Nation, where Dr. Ivan Mendez and Dr. Veronica McKinney, Dr. Ivor is the professor of neurosurgery and the director of the Virtual Care and Remote Presence Robotics programs. And you can go back and watch that on YouTube at NIITA 2023 on day 1. I really feel like robotics and the ability for telehealth is going to help many of our remote communities, and so I really enjoyed your presentations and the engagement from the crowd. Up next, our final presenter of the day, and before I finish, I wanted to let everyone know quickly that we have a reception today at 6:30 in the Strongwood room, and so I look forward to engaging and interacting with all of you. Then at the reception at 6:30 at the Strongwood room. And I'd like to also thank everyone for staying until our last presenter of Deloitte. Everyone that's here in the room, in the back of your ID card, you have a ticket. And so we're going to be drawing for a $100 gift card after a presenter of Deloitte. And then tomorrow we'll also be drawing for a $100 gift card. And then after that, I have a tablet that will also be giving out to all attendees. So thank you for staying until the end of the day. You all have an opportunity to win a $100 gift card. Up next, we have our presenter, Jordan Sayer. And so Jordan has presented with us before. He's from Deloitte, and he is a senior manager and ally in Deloitte's Nation Building Advisory Practice based in Vancouver, BC. Since joining Deloitte's consulting practice in 2015, Jordan has delivered technology strategies and transformational projects with public and private sector clients across Western Canada and the United States. Beginning in 2021, he has focused his work on supporting Deloitte's nation-building advisory practice, working with First Nations, Métis, and Inuit, as well as public and private clients to develop strategies and implement critical community health technology and infrastructure. Recent projects include planning and supporting community health record system implementations, delivering assessments and strategies for First Nations, and developing other initiatives. Thank you very much. Welcome back, Jordan.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Hopefully you can hear me. I know I have the less than ultimately the worst position of going last, should I say. But hopefully you'll all stick around for that $100 raffle and for some great conversation later on today. So miigwech, thank you, first of all, to the host nation, Enoch Cree Nation. It's truly an honor and privilege to be here today to speak on Treaty 6 territory. So I really appreciate the wonderful introduction there. I'm here today to talk a little bit about nation building advisory, but really about three things. Starting, I wanted to first start by touching on our Reconciliation Action Plan. We'll then talk a little bit about our nation building advisory practice and specifically unpack a bit about our health services specifically, as that's the topic we're here talking about today. And then lastly, I want to talk a little bit about Radius, which is a new technology venture that Deloitte is launching this week. So, without further ado, technology. There we are. First, though, not everyone knows about Deloitte, so I'll just spend a moment talking about who we are and what we do. We are not just an accounting firm. Many of you may know of us for our accounting services, but we do a lot more than that. We provide audit, consulting, risk management, tax, and legal services across Canada and around the world. But today I want to focus on our consulting practice, nation building advisory, and starting with our Reconciliation Action Plan. So why talk about this? This really answers the why we are here today. So in 2019, our firm responded to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's call to action 92, and we decided to do something about it. So we established this strategy, which is sort of shown on the slide here. We have four key pillars across our strategy. The first one is really around inclusion. And in the last calendar year, we've published 4 key reports with the Canadian Roots Exchange, elevating Indigenous youth voices on a number of key policy topics. As well, within our economic empowerment pillar, in the last calendar year, we committed 5% of our spend on Indigenous suppliers across the firm. So we have a team that actively manages our Indigenous procurement and supplier portal, and we are really making strides to engage and support those Indigenous businesses that we work with. Underneath our employment pillar, since 2017, we've supported over 100 Indigenous youth on their journeys and their educational journeys, should I say, helping to fund their educational career paths. And lastly, on the education piece, it's really critical as we consider the work we're doing that we train and educate our staff on why reconciliation is important. So we offer 4 seasons of reconciliation training. It's mandatory for all of our staff across our country, and we also share that with our clients too. We really see as a part of our mission is to try and educate our staff and on how to work differently and the importance of reconciliation and really all the work that we do. We're at a very interesting age where really it doesn't matter what part of the business you're in and what sector of work, there's typically it's nice to see that dialogue and conversation around Indigenous participation is truly in all aspects of our work. So that's just a little bit about our reconciliation action plan, and that is our firm's internal strategy. But what I really want to talk about today is our external market-facing strategy. So building on this, these internal ambitions and ways we're trying to mobilize around reconciliation, we've spent the last few years thinking, what are the best way, how do we take what Deloitte does and truly deliver services in a meaningful, impactful way to First Nation, Métis, and Inuit clients? So the way we thought to do this is by first determining that this needs to be an Indigenous-led initiative. So I am an ally, but I work on a team with Indigenous leaders. Nation Building Advisory is led by Indigenous leaders, primarily based in Western Canada to this point, but our team is growing and we are going to expand and continue to hire more and more leaders. But critically, the team who has been working to build the strategy have come up with these 3 pillars. So I'll quickly touch on them and give some examples as to the type of work we're doing. The first pillar is around jurisdiction. Jurisdiction is really about supporting nations on their journey to sovereignty. We've done a number of really interesting projects recently where we're supporting chiefs and councils of a variety of nations to reconcile some of the traditional ways and customs and ways of making decisions with Western customs and practices. So working together and collaboratively to co-design and really seeing how we can improve decision-making and ways of working so that administrations and their development corporations can all function more effectively. So a couple recent examples is work that we've done with both Chippewas of the Thames First Nation in Ontario, as well as Tsuut'ina Nation here in Alberta. And both nations have great ambitions to grow economic prosperity for this generation and future generations. And we're trying to help them to make better, more effective decisions now and for the future. Underneath the land pillar, this is all about how can we partner with communities to make sustainable decisions about their land and to grow their wealth for future generations. So a lot of the work we're doing within this pillar is related to economic development strategy, as well feasibility studies for new commercial enterprises, and as well land use strategy and supporting strategies and business planning for additions to reserve. This is an emerging area, and a couple projects we've delivered in the last few years. One was with Frog Lake First Nation, where we supported with some financial advisory and worked collaboratively with the community to develop a community comprehensive plan. As well, we worked with Cold Lake First Nation to do a feasibility study for a potential new event center, which would grow, help be a cultural center for the community, but also to grow revenue and create economic opportunity. Underneath the third pillar, and this is where I'm going to talk a little bit more, this is our third pillar is effectively called community needs, and it's intentionally very broad, but really this is about the basic and essential services that are needed by a community. So that includes things like infrastructure and healthcare. A couple recent examples of work that we're doing here. We're working currently with Fort McKay First Nation on a number of things. One is a 10-year plan, and as well doing some advisory on their education, helping to develop new programming and services related to that. As well, and the segue into a bit more related to healthcare is the work we're doing with Little Red River Cree Nation. We're actually collaborating with our partner Telus here, and we're helping to support and provide critical capability and capacity to implement a community health record solution there. So, of course, aspects of healthcare exist across all these areas. Jurisdiction over healthcare is key, but you can see there's a tremendous amount of work to be done, and we're trying to focus on areas where we think we can make the most impact based off of the capability and the team that we have here at Deloitte today. As well, this is very much built in reaction to our understanding of the needs of community and what the leaders on my team are aware of from their time working and growing up in community. So just to focus a little bit more on our healthcare services. Deloitte, of course, has a very well-established life sciences and healthcare practice. But over the last year or two, we've been working really to determine what are the community needs within healthcare and where can we start to lean in as a company. So there's 4 sort of pillars, as we like to do. We like to put things in boxes to simplify them, but one of the first big area at the top left is strategic planning. And this is really where I would like to think Deloitte has a great position and a strength within the marketplace to bring together our ecosystem, our partners at all levels of government and private sector to help come up with some creative solutions. So there's a lot of things we do within strategic planning, but when it comes to serving and working with First Nation, Métis, and Inuit clients, this is where we need to understand the goals and priorities of the community, specifically around healthcare, but then also work with them to understand what are the leading ideas and new tools and technologies that you want to bring in to advance your goals. The pillar related to capability and capacity building, this is the one I just mentioned. Some of the work that I'm doing is related to this, and that's providing what I would call sort of temporary capacity, short-term capacity to achieve a project aim or ambition. There's also, of course, longer-term solutions we're really trying to think of through training, design and setup of new ventures or programs. Like how can we build capability and capacity skills within community and let them stay there and not just be a temporary solution. At the bottom right here, health systems reconciliation. I think this is an area that does not get enough attention and focus. This is really about working to advance cultural safety and anti-Indigenous racism. Certainly not something maybe, that is easily addressed. I think this is a thread that has to work its way through all of our work, and this comes back to the education and training of our staff and the way we show up and deliver our work in a culturally safe and meaningful way. But also, this is potentially an area we can work to address through strategy, thinking through how can we try to change and influence culture at a system scale, at a larger scale. So not necessarily directly related to a lot of the community work we're doing, but currently, should I say, but certainly an area we're very keen to continue to explore. Last but certainly not least, digital health and data. We've been talking about this all day. We do a lot of this at firm and at large scale, right? Serving large hospitals and public centers, in urban centers, and working with provincial and federal governments. When it comes to working with communities on this topic, I'd say the breadth and scope of this work continues to fascinate and amaze me. What can be scoped as a very simple project often takes on a life of its own, and you're all of a sudden talking about things like power supply and access to generator sheds, or legal or policy changes that haven't been changed yet at the provincial level, which impact your ability for your nurse practitioners to use the technology, right? So there's just so many things on paper. A technology implementation is simple, but actually getting in onto the ground level, understanding policy that exists within community, as well as a lot of these other factors, is something that we're learning a lot about and wanting to become experts in as we continue to support nations through this type of work. There's a lot more on the slide, and I'm happy to talk more about any of this afterwards if there's further questions, but I'm going to move along for now. And I won't keep us any longer. I will talk about the final topic of today, and I appreciate this is a bit of a busy slide, but I will do my best here. So radius. You're probably wondering, what is radius? This is not a Deloitte entity, but a majority Indigenous-owned technology venture. We are launching with one partner as of this week, TSAG Management. They're an economic development corporation from Lac La Ronge Indian Band in Saskatchewan. And the Radius team is actively working to find other nations who want to partner with us. And the key thing with TSAG Management is it benefits the community directly. So it's always going to be 51% Indigenous owned. And there are annual dividends that get paid back to community. But you're probably asking, what is this technology company? What are they doing? So what does it do? It's about building capacity through creating talent and building skills and technology within community. So the first couple clients and areas that we're looking to get into support are supporting the SAP services, SAP, and as well as contact centers. It's certainly because of the scale and size of this work that we're able to partner with a nation and bring on and invest in order to stand up an offering like this. So while these are the initial services, we are planning to branch out and explore service offerings related to ServiceNow, Salesforce, and Workday. At the end of the day, this is about training and upskilling Indigenous talent within community and giving them meaningful career paths through this partnership with Deloitte. Really leveraging the best of what Deloitte brings in terms of orchestration and delivery and at scale, but partnering with a nation to build that capacity. So Radius is really just one example of how we're using Deloitte's capability and expertise to grow Indigenous talent and to create new careers in technology. As a firm, though, we're going to continue to explore how we can elevate First Nation, Métis, and Inuit communities through the existing ecosystem. If there are partners that we think could use our support and service, we are open to discussion and seeing how we could work together. So if you'd love to come and talk after, please let me know. Lastly, I think that's it. That's all I really wanted to share today, and I'm really hopeful to see how this conference has grown over the last couple of years, and excited to see where the next few years take us. But thank you for your time today, and if there are any questions, please let me know. Thank you.
Just give me 1 second. I'm always frantically taking notes as our presenters are presenting. I like to try to give a little bit of a summary of what I heard. So thank you very much to Jordan of Deloitte. I'm always very impressed with how much Deloitte works towards initiatives and goals of reconciliation with Indigenous people and the way in which they partnership with our communities. So Jordan talked about Deloitte's Reconciliation Action Plan and how Deloitte sees nation building being 3 main broad areas: jurisdiction, which has to do with governance and operations; land, and underneath that pillar is economic development and natural resources; and the third pillar is community needs, which have to do with infrastructure and health and social. It's reliant on third parties and consultants to help us achieve some of those goals. And so he also spoke about Radius, which is a 51% Indigenous-owned IT company that looks at technical and functional SAP services, contact center management services, and in the future they're looking at platforms such as ServiceNow, Salesforce, and Workday. So that brings us to the end of our day, and we had 8 presenters today. ACSI Health Canada, the Canadian Centre for Cybersecurity, HP Canada, Data Science Institute, Telus Health, TeleVU Innovations, and Deloitte. I would like to thank all of our presenters for being with us today, and I look forward to us being together tomorrow, and I look forward to seeing everyone at 6:30 later tonight. So without further ado, I have a little bucket, and I have all of the people's blue tickets. I'm going to put them in a bowl, and if I could have a volunteer, if someone wants to pull the ticket. Jeff, you've been voluntold by this Indigenous auntie. Where are the tickets? I don't have the tickets.
I have one here. Oh, right there.
Oh, they're in a bowl. Perfect. I grabbed my own bowl.
So let me shake them up.
Okay.
You can shake them up.
I'm gonna shake them. And a reminder that you need the same ticket for all 3 days. So if you don't win, please put your ticket back in your name badge, and maybe you could win tomorrow or the day after. Okay. Jeff?
I'll close my eyes.
Look away.
Oh, yeah, I know I'm looking. Okay.
Okay.
You can read it. I can't see it. I'm old.
Ticket number is 205-845.
So, oh, there he is, right there.
So
Perfect.
845. Awesome.
Good job.
So I have a $100 Amazon gift card for you if you'd like to come to the front. Congratulations.
Okay, perfect.
In your name.
Aaron.
Thank you so much, Aaron from Szechuan.
Thank you.
Yeah, so. Just a reminder that the slide decks will be available online after the event, as well as recordings of the event as well. So it was a pleasure to see you all today. And again, I'm looking forward to seeing you at 6:30 later tonight. If you have any questions or comments, feel free to talk to any one of us. And thank you very much to Carrie and to our technical staff today for keeping everything running smoothly.